Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I hope you slept well and you are ready to continue general debate today. So we continue the speakers who didn't give the floor yesterday, and this next speaker is Mr. Mabuza from Eswatini. Please, the floor is yours.
Vice President of the IPU, Secretary General of the IPU, Excellencies, presiding officers, and honorable members of the Assembly, distinguished panelists, we are deeply honored to address this esteemed gathering of the 151st IPU Assembly. The theme, Upholding Humanitarian Norms and Supporting Humanitarian Action in Times of Crisis, compels one to observe Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, which in turn does not contain a specific chapter on humanitarian norms. Instead, it uses a transformative and universal approach that links humanitarian action to sustainable development. The agenda's core principle is leaving no one behind, which requires humanitarians and development actors to work together to address the root causes of crisis. The 2030 Agenda reinforces existing humanitarian norms through its overarching principles and specific goals. One, leaving no one behind. This reinforces the principle of prioritizing the most vulnerable and marginalized people, including migrants, refugees, and internally displaced people, to universal human rights. The agenda is explicitly grounded in international human rights standards. This means that humanitarian aid and sustainable development efforts should be guided by a human rights-based approach, and success is measured by how well people are able to enjoy their rights. 3, gender equality. This reinforces humanitarian principles, requiring that assistance and protection consider the specific needs and vulnerabilities of women and girls in crisis, including protection from violence and exploitation. Our head of state, His Majesty King Mswati III, during the 78th session of the UN General Assembly, has called for collective action on both domestic and international actors to work together in crisis, for example, pandemic and natural disasters. Humanitarian norms are grounded mainly in international humanitarian law, the body of that regulates the conduct of hostilities, and to an extent in international human rights law as it continues to apply in times of armed conflict. These norms include protecting civilians from attack, ensuring the protection of those not fighting, and facilitating humanitarian aid. This year marks 80th anniversary of nuclear detonation in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Since then, more than 2,000 nuclear detonations have taken place around the world. These detonations have demonstrated the human and environmental destruction. Today, the risk of using nuclear weapons is higher than ever before. The prohibition and elimination of nuclear weapons is humanitarian imperative. A nuclear conflict would have catastrophic effects on human health, the environment, the climate, food production, and socio-economic development. Eswatini has piloted the Nuclear Radiation and Safety Bill. The International Committee of the Red Cross is the only institution explicitly named under international humanitarian law as a controlling authority. The legal mandate of the Red Cross stems from the 4 Geneva Conventions of 1949, as well as from its own statutes. Its relevance, even today, remains exclusively to further its humanitarian mission of protecting the lives and dignity of victims of war and international violence, and to provide them with assistance. Humanitarian action in times of crisis involves providing timely, needs-based assistance to save lives and alleviate suffering through a range of activities such as delivering food, water, shelter, and medical care. This assistance is a short-term emergency response to disasters, conflicts, and health crises, and its goal is to help affected people maintain their dignity and return to a normal life. In the Kingdom of Eswatini, we have a collaborative stakeholder approach to address humanitarian action in times of crisis. The country has a unit called the National Disaster Management Unit. The key responsibilities of the unit is to offer assistance on saving lives and alleviate suffering through a range of activities such as delivering food, water, shelter, and medical care in situations of disaster. Eswatini's refugee regime encourages asylum seekers and refugees to integrate into society, and they peacefully live alongside the host community. Asylum seekers and refugees are allowed to work. In conclusion, this 151st Assembly is enjoined to hit to the following key attributes: save lives, to provide immediate support to prevent loss of life and suffering, alleviate suffering. Aid is focused on reducing the impact of crisis on affected populations, maintain human dignity to ensure the basic needs and dignity of those affected are protected. Assistance is provided based on need alone, regardless of ethnic origin, gender, or ideology. For this journey to be successful, collective efforts at every level, local, national, and global, are essential core principles and objectives. I thank you. May the Almighty God bless us all.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Cajado Sampaio from Brazil, followed by Angola.
Dia, Presidente Gabriela, senhoras e senhores parlamentares, em especial a delegação do Brasil, senador Ciro Nogueira, deputado Átila Lins, deputado Max Beltrão, deputado Jorge Sola, ministro Antônio Anastasia. Senhoras e senhores parlamentares, é uma grande satisfação voltar a essa Assembleia, onde as vozes do mundo se encontram. O tema de hoje nos convoca: manter as normas humanitárias e apoiar a ação humanitária em tempos de crise exige dos parlamentos compromissos urgentes e resultados concretos, especialmente para assegurar que as respostas alcancem os mais vulneráveis. O ambiente humanitário global se define hoje por dupla crise aguda, um déficit financeiro catastrófico e uma falha sem precedentes em aderir às normas do direito internacional humanitário. Há uma crise de recursos, que asfixia as operações humanitárias, e uma crise de consenso, que fragiliza o próprio sistema multilateral. Segundo o Comitê Internacional da Cruz Vermelha, o déficit de financiamento para 2025 ultrapassa 300 milhões de francos suíços. Essa escassez impõe o fechamento de delegações e limita a presença em territórios onde o respeito ao direito internacional humanitário depende justamente da presença vigilante, neutra e compassiva. No cenário de tensões geopolíticas e nacionalismos exacerbados, cresce o desafio de preservar o consenso internacional em relação aos princípios da neutralidade e da imparcialidade. O Brasil acredita que é uma ordem internacional, fundada no direito e na diplomacia, e não na força, é a que melhor serve à paz e ao desenvolvimento. A vocação multilateral está inscrita no DNA de nossa política externa. No plano internacional, temos buscado exercer papel construtivo e de liderança. Somos, com muita honra, um dos co-líderes da Iniciativa Global para o Direito Internacional Humanitário, ao lado de África do Sul, Cazaquistão, China, França e Jordânia, conforme afirmou ontem o diretor-geral da Cruz Vermelha, Pierre Kenchimbu. Destaco o compromisso firmado na 34ª Conferência Internacional da Cruz Vermelha e do Crescente Vermelho, e também o engajamento ativo do Brasil no processo Cartagena mais 40, que culminou na assinatura de declaração e do Plano de Ação do Chile 2004-2034, com conclusões e recomendações para o fortalecimento das políticas de recepção, acolhimento e integração de pessoas refugiadas. Já em abril de 2024, o Brasil lançou com os Estados Unidos o diálogo bilateral sobre temas humanitários, assuntos migratórios e de refúgio. Tais ações renderam ao Brasil o reconhecimento do Alto Comissário da ONU para Refugiados, que elogiou publicamente as avançadas políticas nacionais de acolhimento e integração de populações deslocadas. Senhoras e senhores, quanto à atuação do Legislativo no que concerne ao direito humanitário, é preciso esclarecer que, nos termos da Constituição brasileira, cabe ao Parlamento ratificar todos os tratados internacionais firmados pelo Brasil. Nosso Legislativo é, portanto, fiador da incorporação e da execução das normas humanitárias no Brasil. É ainda dele a prerrogativa de adequar a legislação nacional às obrigações internacionais. Foi assim, por exemplo, que aprovamos a Lei de Imigração, responsável por regular o Instituto do Visto Temporário para Acolhida Humanitária. O Congresso também atua nessa esfera por meio de suas frentes parlamentares, como a da Frente Parlamentar em Defesa da Cruz Vermelha. O compromisso parlamentar com o direito humanitário se manifesta, ademais, na alocação orçamentária responsável, voltada para ações estratégicas na consolidação de resiliência social. Áreas como saúde e educação, as quais foram destinadas em 2025 245 bilhões de reais e 226 bilhões de reais, respectivamente. O Congresso Nacional atua para que as respostas humanitárias sejam inclusivas, sustentadas e centradas nas pessoas. Nosso ordenamento reconhece especial vulnerabilidade de grupos como mulheres, vítimas de violência, crianças, populações indígenas, migrantes e refugiados. Cabe destacar ainda que nosso Parlamento está ciente da importância entre as agendas climática e humanitária. Sabemos que o desafio humanitário contemporâneos demanda abordagem integrada e prospectiva, e, nesse sentido, buscamos fortalecer essas agendas. Reafirmamos, por fim, nessa Assembleia, o compromisso inarredável do Parlamento brasileiro com o dever de respeitar e fazer respeitar o direito internacional humanitário em todas as suas circunstâncias. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madame Valente from Angola, followed by Canada.
Excelência, Senhora Presidente desta sessão da União Interparlamentar, Excelências, Senhoras e Senhores Presidentes, Senhores Deputados, Minhas Senhoras e Meus Senhores. A delegação de Angola saúda a todos os presentes e manifesta a honra de participar neste debate num momento em que o mundo enfrenta desafios humanitários sem precedentes. Mais de 120 conflitos armados e 122 milhões de deslocados recordam-nos que por detrás de cada número há vidas humanas que exigem a nossa ação coletiva. As Convenções de Genebra de 1949 permanecem como a consciência moral da humanidade perante a guerra. Contudo, o seu cumprimento está hoje ameaçado pelo declínio do multilateralismo, pelo ressurgimento do nacionalismo e pela erosão da confiança nas instituições internacionais. Defender as normas humanitárias é, portanto, um imperativo ético e político. Angola, que conheceu no passado o sofrimento da guerra e o desafio da reconstrução, fala com a voz da experiência. O nosso país sabe o valor da paz, da reconciliação e da solidariedade e, por isso, ergue-se hoje como defensor convicto do diálogo, da cooperação e da solidariedade internacional. É com este legado que reafirmamos o nosso compromisso com o direito internacional humanitário, com a cooperação entre as nações e com o fortalecimento de uma ação humanitária mais eficaz e inclusiva. Neste sentido, saudamos iniciativas recentes, como a iniciativa global da Cruz Vermelha Internacional sobre o direito internacional humanitário, bem como a campanha das Nações Unidas para o desenvolvimento humanitário e a ação contra as minas, iniciada em 2025. Excelências, num contexto internacional tão fragmentado como o atual, o Parlamento angolano reafirma que o multilateralismo é uma necessidade que serve de ponto para a promoção do diálogo, da mediação e da cooperação entre os povos. Defendemos que os parlamentos devem harmonizar as legislações nacionais com o direito internacional humanitário, garantir o financiamento previsível e transparente para a ajuda humanitária e promover a educação para a paz. A credibilidade parlamentar é um ativo fundamental da diplomacia multilateral, pelo que os parlamentos em todo o mundo devem também liderar pelo exemplo ético, rejeitando discursos de ódio e privilegiando sempre o diálogo e a reconciliação. Como representantes legítimos dos povos, somos nós, os parlamentares, que transformamos princípios em leis, compromissos em políticas e palavras em ações concretas. Excelências, é urgente reconstruir a esperança e reafirmar o nosso compromisso com a humanidade, através do diálogo, da cooperação e da solidariedade entre as nações. Podemos proteger as normas humanitárias, aliviar o sofrimento humano e construir um futuro de paz e dignidade para todos nós. Defender a humanidade é, em última instância, defender-nos a todos nós. Um bem-aja a todos os presentes. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madame Atalajan from Canada, followed by Singapore.
Good morning, fellow parliamentarians. I'm honored to participate in this critical debate on upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. Humanitarian action and respect for international humanitarian law has never been more important than they are today. As parliamentarians, we have a role to play in preventing and resolving conflicts and supporting people who are impacted by conflict or, thank you, the disadvantages of being short. As parliamentarians, we have a role to play in preventing and resolving conflicts and supporting people who are impacted by conflict or other crises, such as natural disasters. As the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development observes in its report, States of Fragility 2025, the number of armed conflicts is higher than it has ever been since the end of Cold War. That report also notes that resources for peace and conflict prevention in contexts facing high and extreme fragility are at their record at their second lowest level since 2004. Tragically, as the Global Humanitarian Review explains, the most vulnerable are the worst betrayed. Roughly 1 in 5 children globally lives in a conflict zone or is fleeing from conflict. The report also shares that understanding the protection has left people at greater risk of violence, including exploitation and gender-based violence. Combating gender-based violence is part of Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy. In fact, the Government of Canada's report to Parliaments on the Government of Canada's International Assistance 2023 to 2024 observed that nearly all of Canada's bilateral international development assistance targeted or integrated gender equality. As parliamentarians, we can raise the importance of humanitarian action through various venues. In Canada, during sittings of the House of Commons and the Senate, members of Parliament and senators can question the government about humanitarian actions and assistance during crises and natural disasters. In doing so, parliamentarians can ensure that foreign assistance decisions are evidence-based. Humanitarian action can also be and has been examined in many parliamentary committee studies, in particular in the House of Commons Subcommittee on International Human Rights of the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs and International Development, and the Standing Senate Committee on Human Rights are frequently seized with issues relating to humanitarian issues. As donor countries grapple with their own economic concerns and citizens globally face financial challenges, we know that support for foreign assistance is dwindling. In April of 2024 poll in Canada found that 59% of those surveyed believed that Canada spent too much on foreign assistance. Parliamentarians can share the value of foreign assistance, including during humanitarian crises, with their constituents in a variety of ways. These could include humanitarian crises. Doing so would help address the beliefs and concerns of their constituents with respect to foreign assistance. Communication between parliamentarians and the people they represent on the issue of foreign assistance is crucial. At the same time, dialogue between parliamentarians at assemblies like these is essential. Multilateral events for parliamentarians present tremendous opportunity to learn from others about parliamentary approaches for promoting humanitarian action. Events like this one also allow us to meet face-to-face and gain insight on a personal level about what support is needed and how best to offer that support. As the Global Humanitarian Overview 2025 tells us, people in crisis need political action to end wars, climate action to help them prepare for a shock-filled future, and development action to lift them out of a crisis. We need to act now, and I encourage everyone in attendance to seek out colleagues and engage in meaningful discussions and to bring these discussions to both open hearts and open minds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Xia from Singapore, followed by Vietnam. Mr.
Okay, I think that's good. Thank you. Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Singapore stands firmly committed to upholding and advancing international humanitarian law, or IHL. As a small nation, our security and prosperity depend on a rules-based multilateral system. We therefore have a deep stake in preserving respect for the UN Charter and international law, the foundation that safeguards the sovereignty and equality of all states. Respect for international law and IHL has guided Singapore's foreign policy since independence. We acceded to the Geneva Conventions in 1973, just 8 years after being a nation. Reflecting our belief that the world must be governed by law and not by power. In 2023, Singapore acceded to the Convention on certain conventional weapons, which took effect in 2024, affirming our commitment to protecting civilians and reduce human suffering in conflict. Beyond legal obligations, Singapore contributes actively to humanitarian causes. Since 2001, we have made annual voluntary contributions to the UN High Commissioner of Refugees and other international organizations with a humanitarian mandate. As a small state, we take a collaborative approach, channeling support through multilateral frameworks, regional relief efforts, and partnership with the Singapore Red Cross to deliver aid where it is most needed. We value strong partnership with the International Committee of the Red Cross through global and regional IHL conferences, such as the Asia-Pacific Regional Conference in Manila and the International Conference of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. We share experiences and learn from each other. Within the Singapore Armed Forces, IHL's principles are integrated into all levels of training and operations. We also recognize that modern warfare and emerging technologies present new challenges for IHL. In February 2025, Singapore co-hosted the Asia-Pacific Regional Consultations with the UN Institute for Disarmament Research on applying IHL to lethal autonomous weapons. We also took part in the Asia-Pacific Symposium on IHL and New Technologies of Warfare in June 2025. As artificial intelligence, autonomy, and cyber operations become more widespread, IHL must continue to evolve, remaining relevant, responsive, and rooted in its humanitarian purposes. Singapore will continue to play an active role in advancing dialogue and consensus in these emerging areas. Madam President, Singapore consistently calls on all parties in conflict to uphold international law and IHL. Civilian and civilian infrastructures, especially hospitals and medical personnel, must be protected. The principles of distinction, proportionality, and necessity are moral imperatives that preserve our shared humanity in war. In closing, I thank all delegates who have worked tirelessly to foster dialogue and understanding. Respectful engagement builds trust, and trust sustains progress. Let us affirm what unites us and return home as advocates for humanity, compassion, and the rule of law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Le from Vietnam, followed by South Sudan.
Kính thưa chủ tọa, kính thưa toàn thể quý vị, thế giới đang phải đối mặt với những khủng hoảng đan xen và phức tạp, xung đột vũ trang, khủng hoảng di cư, an ninh lương thực, biến đổi khí hậu, ô nhiễm môi trường, vân vân, không chỉ đe dọa đến hòa bình, ổn định và phát triển mà còn đặt ra những câu hỏi sâu sắc về các giá trị nhân đạo, về trách nhiệm chung và lòng trắc ẩn của mỗi con người, của mỗi quốc gia. Chính trong bối cảnh đó, tinh thần nhân đạo, tương thân tương ái trở thành sợi dây bền chặt, gắn kết chúng ta vượt qua khác biệt, thu hẹp khoảng cách, khơi dậy sức mạnh của đoàn kết và chia sẻ để cùng hướng tới hòa bình và phát triển bền vững. Bảo vệ các chuẩn mực nhân đạo không chỉ là bảo vệ phẩm giá và giá trị thiêng liêng nhất của con người, mà còn là nghĩa vụ pháp lý, là tiếng nói của lương tri và trách nhiệm chung của toàn nhân loại. Đối với Việt Nam, tinh thần nhân đạo là truyền thống của dân tộc Việt Nam, là ưu tiên trong chính sách và đường lối phát triển của đất nước. Tinh thần ấy bắt nguồn từ truyền thống nhân nghĩa, thương người như thể thương thân, lá lành đùm lá rách. Những giá trị nhân đạo ấy đã thấm sâu trong đời sống dân tộc Việt Nam qua hàng nghìn năm lịch sử. Trong mọi giai đoạn phát triển, Việt Nam luôn đặt con người vào vị trí trung tâm của chiến lược phát triển, coi việc đảm bảo quyền con người, chăm lo đời sống vật chất và tinh thần của nhân dân là nền tảng cho ổn định và tiến bộ của xã hội. Đồng thời, Việt Nam nhất quán gắn kết tinh thần nhân đạo truyền thống với các chuẩn mực và cam kết quốc tế về nhân quyền, nhân đạo và phát triển bền vững. Việt Nam tích cực tham gia vào các nỗ lực toàn cầu trong ứng phó với khủng hoảng nhân đạo, biến đổi khí hậu, phòng chống dịch bệnh, bảo vệ người yếu thế và thúc đẩy bình đẳng giới. Trong bối cảnh thế giới đang đối mặt với nhiều thách thức và xung đột, Việt Nam tin rằng chỉ có tinh thần nhân đạo, hợp tác và chia sẻ có thể gắn kết các cộng đồng vượt qua sự khác biệt, giúp nhân loại khắc phục khó khăn, hướng tới một tương lai hòa bình, công bằng và bền vững cho tất cả mọi người. Thưa quý vị, với khát vọng về một thế giới hòa bình, đoàn kết và nhân ái, với mong muốn cùng cộng đồng quốc tế duy trì các chuẩn mực nhân đạo và thúc đẩy hành động nhân đạo hiệu quả hơn trong thời kỳ khủng hoảng, Đoàn Việt Nam đề xuất: một là các nghị viện cần tiếp tục hoàn thiện khuôn khổ pháp lý quốc tế về bảo vệ con người trong tất cả các tình trạng khẩn cấp và khủng hoảng, bao gồm ban hành và cập nhật các đạo luật liên quan đến quản lý rủi ro thiên tai, hỗ trợ tị nạn, bảo vệ phụ nữ và trẻ em, những người yếu thế, và bảo đảm quyền được tiếp cận hỗ trợ nhân đạo. Đồng thời cần phân bổ nguồn lực hợp lý cho các chương trình cứu trợ và phục hồi tái thiết sau thảm họa, khuyến khích sự tham gia của các tổ chức xã hội, doanh nghiệp và cộng đồng địa phương. Hai là các nghị viện tăng cường giám sát việc thực thi các cam kết nhân đạo quốc tế. Chúng ta phải đảm bảo rằng các chính sách đối ngoại, viện trợ và an ninh quốc gia đều phản ánh những giá trị nhân văn cốt lõi, góp phần vào hòa bình, hợp tác và phát triển bền vững. Ba là hợp tác liên nghị viện quốc tế cần được tăng cường hơn bao giờ hết. Không một quốc gia nào có thể tự khẳng định, tự ứng phó với các thách thức toàn cầu. Các nghị viện cần phải chủ động thúc đẩy đối thoại, chia sẻ kinh nghiệm nhằm nâng cao hiệu quả hành động nhân đạo xuyên biên giới, đồng thời đảm bảo rằng mọi hoạt động cứu trợ đều được tiến hành trên tinh thần nhân đạo. Thưa quý vị, chúng tôi tin rằng bảo vệ các chuẩn mực nhân đạo chính là bảo vệ phẩm giá và giá trị cao quý nhất của con người. Đây không chỉ là trách nhiệm pháp lý mà còn là bổn phận đạo đức và lương tâm của mỗi quốc gia, mỗi nhà lãnh đạo và của toàn thể cộng đồng quốc tế. Hơn bao giờ hết, chúng ta cần cùng nhau hành động bằng sự đoàn kết, thấu hiểu và chia sẻ để không ai bị lãng quên, không ai bị bỏ lại phía sau, dù trong bất kỳ hoàn cảnh khó khăn nào. Xin cảm ơn và kính chúc quý vị sức khỏe, hạnh phúc và thành công.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Kumba from South Sudan, followed by Ukraine.
Madam President, the Secretary General, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to address this August Assembly under this year's theme, Upholding Humanitarian Norms and Supporting Humanitarian Action in Times of Crisis. As the world drifts towards bilateralism and growing nationalism, the Inter-parliamentary Union remains one of the few enduring fora for multilateral dialogue and collective reflection. It reminds us that the challenges we face, conflict, displacement, hunger, climate shocks, cannot be solved by nations acting alone. The IPU stands a testament to the enduring power of multilateralism and the shared responsibility of parliaments to act as bridges between people and governments. We remain firmly convinced that multilateralism is indispensable. It is the only mechanism through which nations, large or small, can address complex global challenges effectively. Hence, we in South Sudan value our membership within the IPU and other multilateral mechanisms that allow us to streamline our needs with those of our neighbors. The consequences of humanitarian crisis are most acutely felt in vulnerable states, where the fragility of peace undermines development and weakens social cohesion. For countries like South Sudan, While communities are still healing from years of conflict, every humanitarian emergency threatens to reverse our gains, deepen inequalities, and erode public trust. In South Sudan, this theme resonates deeply. We have endured the consequences of conflict, not only domestically, but also regionally. Conflicts in neighboring countries like Sudan and DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and climate crises such as floods continue to exacerbate our needs for humanitarian intervention. Currently, South Sudan is hosting over 650,000 refugees from neighboring countries, of which 600,000 are from Sudan. Despite the internal challenges we are facing, South Sudan has accepted its obligation to upholding international humanitarian law and norms by opening its borders to those who need the most protection and support. The President of the Republic of South Sudan, His Excellency General Salva Kiir Mayardit, has always directed our security service and host communities to provide protection to refugees and a free movement to humanitarian and aid workers throughout the country. Therefore, upholding multilateralism, multilateral norms, is not an abstract idea for us. Rather, it is a daily necessity for saving lives and maintaining peace and stability. We know from experience that the protection of human life and dignity must always remain at the center of governance and international cooperation. Madam President, dear colleagues, at the National Assembly of South Sudan, we have sought to strengthen our legislative and oversight function to ensure that the values enshrined in international law are reflected in our national legal framework. We continue to review laws and policies related to human rights, protection of civilians, and equitable resource allocation. That include making amendment to our non-governmental organizations laws, which governs the operation of humanitarian organizations in the country. This is aimed at safeguarding humanitarian action in times of crisis, which requires more than declaration of intent but demands national ownership and accountability. In this regard, our Parliament has established a Parliamentary Alliance for Food, Security and Nutrition. This seeks to advance the right of adequate food and promote investment in nutrition and food security, recognizing that hunger is both a humanitarian development issue. We have launched a parliamentary caucus on water, sanitation, and hygiene to confront one of our country's most pressing humanitarian challenge, which is access to clean water and proper sanitation. To advance the humanitarian agenda, we have embraced multi-sectoral and inclusive approach. The TNLA has therefore prioritized inclusivity and partnership as guiding principle of its work. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our key national mandate at the Parliament is to oversee the implementation of the 2018 peace agreement. His Excellency, the President, has reiterated his commitment to the peace agreement and stated that he will never allow the country to slip back in the spoils of war and consider the peace agreement as the only viable mechanism that will restore peace and security in the country. I wish to report to this August House that despite the challenges we are facing in our country, the peace agreement is on track, with the hope of ending the transitional period in December 2026, marked by free and fair elections. Taking the aforementioned inclusivity further, I wish to report that in September 2025, we established the Young Parliamentarian Caucus as required by the IPU to amplify the voices of young members of Parliament in national decision-making and shaping the future. In addition, we have initiated the process of creating a parliamentary task force on the Sustainable Development Goals, composed of members from relevant committees and civil society. This ensures that parliamentary action in South Sudan is aligned with the 2030 Agenda and that our legislative priorities reflect global development aspirations. We have also committed to work through the South Sudan Parliamentary Network on population and development, in collaboration with the UN Population Fund and other partners, to advocate for gender equality, maternal health, reproductive health, and the youth empowerment, as well as advocating for gender parity, girls' education, and the enactment of anti-gender-based violence law and family law as ways to protect women and against violence. Madam President, as I conclude, as a speaker, I wish to reaffirm South Sudan's conviction that protecting human dignity is not optional. It is our shared duty as a country, and despite our own national challenges, we remain committed to restore peace and stability in our country and contribute to the achievement of regional and global peace and security. Thank you for your attention, and we thank our gracious host country for the warm hospitality we have received since we arrived in Geneva. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madame Vasilenko from Ukraine, followed by Gambia.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Dear colleagues, dear invited guests. Representing the people of Ukraine, I cannot stress enough the importance of humanitarian norms and humanitarian action in time of crisis, especially in time of war. It will soon be 12 years that Russian aggression turned Ukraine into a war zone, the most mined country in the world and one of the most dangerous places on earth to live in, where every night peaceful civilians sleep underground out of fear for the swarms of missiles and drones that take out whole building blocks and leave bodies mixed up in the rubble by morning. Since 2014, it feels as if Russian leadership has picked up the full compendium of international humanitarian law, has studied it very carefully, and then made sure that the Russian military command breaks every single rule in that rule book. The consequence of this, civilians killed and wounded, terror of the Ukrainian population, especially those living under occupation, rape, torture, filtration camps, deportation, unprecedented destruction of civilian infrastructure too, 1,500 medical facilities, 3,800 educational institutions gone. That is schools, hospitals, kindergartens, maternity wards, all destroyed by the grace of Russian bombs. Even as we speak, millions of Ukrainians are stranded without electricity, water, and heat. Why? Because Russia specifically targets energy infrastructure. Who suffers? It's not the Ukrainian military, it's not the Ukrainian soldiers, it's the Ukrainian people, especially the most vulnerable groups. The elderly, the sick, those with disabilities, the mothers with small babies. For them, lack of electricity is not a mere inconvenience. No, it's a matter of survival. Because when your elevator is not working and you're on the 20th floor or 15th floor in the middle of the night and the air raid alarm goes off, how are you going to get down to the bomb shelter? You don't. You just lie there in your bed and you pray that you wake up in the morning and it's not your building that gets hit. Humanitarian aid. Russia weaponizes that too. Remember the Kakhovka Dam, one of the largest water reservoirs in Europe, blown up by Russia in summer 2023? Remember how Russian soldiers blocked access for UN and ICRC humanitarian missions condemning people in the flood? Well, we do. We also remember March 2022, when Russia bombed the Mariupol theater sheltering civilians, despite the huge letters spelling the word children right in front of that building. We remember the bodies in the mass graves of Bucha. We remember the Olenivka prison massacre. This is a POW, prisoners of war detention site, which Russia deliberately blew up to cover up the torture of the detainees. No international investigation was ever possible. Why? Because Russia refused to cooperate with UN and ICRC. Instead, every prisoner swap after that has been a painstaking sight of Ukrainian men and women who look like living corpses, undernourished, with signs of torture and stories of humiliating, degrading, absolutely inhumane, disgusting treatment hard to even imagine. Our children is another matter. Russian authorities claim they have saved 700,000 young Ukrainian lives by moving them to Russia, where their fate becomes unknown. Why? Because again, Russia does not let UN, IPU, the ICRC, or any international organization check what happens to these kids. We in Ukraine can say for certain that at least 19,500 of these children have been illegally removed, and they have someone back home, a grandmother, a sister, a brother, a father who is waiting for them. This saving mission Russia is on is nothing short of genocide against the Ukrainian people. This is theft of our youth, and this is theft of our future. Colleagues, I could really go on for days explaining and giving examples of how Russia breaches international humanitarian law and how we in Ukraine suffer. But I think I have presented you with enough evidence to show that Russia's full-scale aggression against Ukraine is not just another armed conflict. It is a deliberate systemic war against the very existence of international humanitarian law. Now the question is, what are we all, as the international community, going to do about it? One thing should be clear: aggression must stop. Ukrainian President Zelensky has clearly defined how to do this in his peace formula, which provides a pathway to a just and long-lasting peace. And I ask you in your countries to revisit that peace formula and find ways to support it. Parliaments across the world are invited to support Ukraine's initiative also on the establishment of a special tribunal for the crime of aggression, designed to ensure the responsibility of Russia's top political and military leadership. In fact, the IPU's contribution to restoring peace in Ukraine could be the adoption of a resolution on the tribunal of aggression. Dear colleagues, we are plagued with wars and perpetrators of international crimes, but we are also blessed with instruments to counter them. If we want to live in a world where we enjoy the benefits of peace and development, we must find it in us to exert the political will and use these instruments and stand together and against what is wrong and for what is right. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Nije from Gambia, followed by Cambodia.
Madam President, we gather at a moment when the moral foundation of our world are being tested and never before, when conflicts displace millions, when natural disasters devastate entire communities, and when the sanctity of human life trails. There remains an unyielding truth. That is, our humanity endures when we choose compassion over indifference, solidarity over silence, and action over despair. It is in this conviction that the Gambia anchors its voice in this assembly and reaffirms its commitment to upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. For us, humanitarianism is not a rhetoric ideal. It is a lived national value grounded in our Constitution, reflected in our laws, and demonstrated through our actions both at home and abroad. The Gambia's Constitution enshrined the inviolable dignity of every human being and the equality of all persons before the law. It forms the cornerstone of our legal and moral duty to protect life and uphold justice, even in the most difficult circumstances. In translating this commitment into action, the Gambia has domesticated international conventions such as the Geneva Convention, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. These instruments are not dormant commitments. They are active frameworks shaping how our nation protects the vulnerable, governs in times of emergency, and engages internationally on matters of peace and humanitarian relief. Our Parliament, through its Standing Committee on Defense and Security, which I have the honor of chairing, and Human Rights and Constitutional Matters, play a crucial role in ensuring that these principles are upheld in practice. Oversight mechanisms have been strengthened to hold our security institutions accountable to international humanitarian standards. In fact, training in human rights and humanitarian law is now an integral part of our national security curriculum. The establishment of an independent National Human Rights Commission further enforces institutional accountability, giving citizens a voice and ensuring that violations are met with redress. Madam President, the Gambia's commitment to humanitarian norms is not confined to legal instruments. It is demonstrated in concrete actions and solidarity. As a matter of fact, when devastating floods struck the Gambia in 2022, the crisis that was described as the worst for the country in nearly half a century, our government, through His Excellency President Adama Barrow, mobilized swiftly working with the World Food Programme, UNICEF, and national partners to deliver emergency food, water, and shelter to thousands of affected families. Similarly, when conflict in neighboring Casamas forced civilians to seek refuge within our borders, Gambian communities opened their homes and hearts, offering shelter and compassion to the displaced. Through the National Disaster Management Agency, our government provided food assistance, cash transfers, and medical aid, ensuring that every life mattered and every person found dignity in their hour of need. Beyond our borders, the Gambia's voices has been firm and principled in defending humanitarian norms wherever they are violated. Nowhere has this commitment been more visible than in our consistent and unwavering support for the state of Palestine. We have spoken without fear or favor against the brutal occupation, collective punishment, and persistent aggression inflicted upon innocent civilians, including women, children, and the elderly, in Gaza and across Palestinian territories. The Gambia stands shoulder to shoulder with the Palestinian people in their legitimate struggle for freedom, dignity, and self-determination. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the callous destruction of homes, hospitals, and humanitarian corridors by Israel, acts that constitute grave breaches of international humanitarian law, the deliberate targeting of civilians, the obstruction of aid, and the use of starvation and siege as instruments of war are moral outrages that the conscience of humanity must collectively reject. Our country is aware of the ongoing diplomatic effort by the United States and other partners to broker a peace deal between Israel and Palestine. The Gambia welcomes these efforts and recognizes the urgency of achieving a just and lasting peace. However, we must equally affirm that the fundamental and inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, especially their right to statehood, self-determination, and sovereignty, are not negotiable. True peace cannot be built on occupation, dispossession, or denial of justice. It must rest on equality, dignity, and mutual respect. As a profound member of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the Gambia has been at the forefront of international advocacy for the Palestinian cause. We have consistently sponsored and supported resolutions calling for an immediate ceasefire, unhindered humanitarian access, and accountability for war crimes committed against the Palestinian people. Our government's commitment to global justice has been demonstrably affirmed at the International Court of Justice, where the Gambia took a historic stand in defense of the Rohingya people of Myanmar.
Please conclude.
By initiating proceedings against acts of genocide. That same moral conviction, that same pursuit of peace underpins our solidarity with all people facing persecution, occupation, or systemic oppression wherever they may occur. Therefore, the Gambia calls on this Assembly to strengthen the international architecture that safeguards humanitarian principles. We must ensure that humanitarian aid is never politicized, that international humanitarian law is enforced without discrimination, and Parliament everywhere hold their government accountable. In conclusion, the Gambia remains steadfast in its conviction that a just world is possible, a world where nations measure strength not by weapons, but by compassion, where leadership is defined not by dominance, but by empathy, and where every human being, regardless of race, faith, or nationality, can live in peace and dignity. I challenge this Assembly to rise beyond resolutions and rhetoric and act as the conscience of humanity. For when we uphold humanitarian norms, we preserve not only lives of others, but we truly preserve the moral soul of the world itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I remind to all the speakers that this time is limited until 5 minutes. So the next speaker is Mr. Uch from Cambodia, followed by Cyprus.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, we stand before this august assembly where the moral will of the nation finds its collective voice to address the vital theme of upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in a time of crisis. This norm forms the invisible constitution of civilization, defining the frontier between combat and cruelty. The true measure of any nation lies not in its military attack on the declaration, but it is respect for the Geneva Convention and human dignity, especially when its interests collide. We thank the delegation of Thailand for its contribution to the Assembly and for highlighting this important theme. We wholeheartedly share the commitment to the peace, reconciliation, and the faithful observance of the international law. However, a constructive path thought requires an honest assessment of this current reality, one where the very humanitarian norms we discuss are being violated. Cambodia is a nation that has suffered greatly in its part in the past. Our people achieve peace and reconciliation only through immense sacrifice, and we cherish that peace as the cornerstone of our nation's development. We have no desire to be at odds with any country, least of all our close neighbor, Thailand, with whom we share history, culture, and the bond of ASEAN. Yet the truth compels us to respond. The border between our two nations is not undefined. It is clearly unsure in the binding international instrument. This includes the 1904 Franco-Siamese Convention, the 1907 Franco-Siamese Treaty, and the map annexed thereto, which together form the lawful basis for demarcation. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, in its landmark judgment of 1962 and 2013, has reaffirmed this instrument. This legal foundation is reinforced by the 2000 Memorandum of Understanding, which explicitly prohibits either side from undertaking any action that could alter conditions in the border area and establish the Joint Boundary Commission, GBC, as the sole technical mechanism for demarcation. Unfortunately, this conflict that arises stem from the disregard at this international recognized legal instrument and from attempt to impose unilateral will over mutual agree mechanism. Only through the faithful observance of this instrument and this acceptance of international judicial authority that can true peace be secure. Honorable le Président, nous souhaitons exprimer notre sincère gratitude à la Chine, à la Malaisie, le président de l'ASEAN, en particulier le président des États-Unis, Trump, pour leur contribution inestimable à l'établissement de l'accord de cessez-le-feu entre les deux pays le 28 juillet, ainsi que pour le soutien continu au processus de la négociation visant à promouvoir une paix durable et une stabilité réelle le long de notre frontière commune. Malgré cette réalisation importante, la paix le long de nos frontières communes demeure fragile. Les villageois cambodgiens continuent de subir le déplacement, l'encerclement et les menaces d'expulsion, tandis que 18 soldats cambodgiens demeurent illégalement détenus en violation de la 3e Convention de Genève. Tout aussi préoccupants sont les rapports faisant état d'actes d'intimidation psychologiques, tels que l'utilisation nocturne de bruits fantomatiques et aigus, destinés à tourmenter des communautés déjà vivant dans la peur. Un tel comportement constitue une atteinte non pas à des fortifications, mais à la dignité humaine, en violation à l'article 33 de la 40e Convention de Genève et de l'article 7 du Pacte international relatif aux droits civils et politiques. Dans le même temps, les auteurs unilatérales tels que l'imposition des droits internes dans des zones contestées ou la pose de barbelés à l'intérieur des territoires souverains cambodgiens savent le mémorandum de l'entente de 2000 et le fondement même de la confiance nécessaire au bon fonctionnement du mécanisme conjoint. Mettre en doute la formation selon laquelle le Cambodge a militarisé un site du patrimoine mondial est totalement infondé. Le Cambodge a détenu le temple de Pervihir, non pas par les armes, mais par le patrimoine, le droit et la retenue. C'est dans cette réalité l'usage des bombardements qui menace les pierres et l'esprit du temple. Ces vestiges ne sont pas des simples reliques du passé. Ils incarnent la mémoire, l'identité et l'âme des nations. Les détruire, c'est blesser l'humanité elle-même. Le bilan du Cambodge parle pas des actes plutôt que par des déclarations. Nous avons rejeté nous avons respecté le cessez-le-feu, opéré directement avec le CICR, l'UNESCO et l'ASEAN et soumis les preuves vérifiées du comité de conformité à la Convention Ottawa. Notre conduite est guidée par le principe et non par la propagande, par le droit et non par l'ambition. Le Cambodge défend non la conquête, mais la conscience. Et comme l'atteste l'histoire, la vérité n'a besoin d'aucune autre âme qu'elle-même.
Excuse me, Mr. Uch, the time is over.
Malgré les difficultés actuelles, le Cambodge tend une main amicale à la Thaïlande, convaincu que le respect mutuel, la compréhension historique et la coopération peuvent guider les deux nations vers une paix juste et durable. Merci.
Thank you. So I remind that it's really for all of us, because each speaker wants to speak. That's why when some speakers speak too long, there is not enough time for the other speakers. And please be very careful. The next speaker will be Mr. Neofitu from Cyprus. But before you start, I would like to introduce Madame Vice President of the Assembly, Madame Angela Didiza. She will be chair the Assembly now.
Thank you, honorable members. We will now continue with our next speaker, Cyprus.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, please allow me first to refer to the very recent agreement reached in the Middle East, which marks a significant step towards de-escalation. The task before the international community now is to transform this fragile window of opportunity into durable peace. This will require transparency and sustained political will from all parties, while we, as parliamentarians, must demand accountability and results. Today, humanitarian principles are increasingly sacrificed at the benefit of narrow national interest. And in this global context, the Cyprus problem remains an open wound. since the Turkish invasion of 1974 and the continuing occupation of over a third of Cyprus territory, more than 200,000 Greek Cypriots were displaced and became refugees in their own country. Hundreds remain missing, others are enclaved. Religious and cultural heritage sites have been systematically destroyed. Dear colleagues, 2 days ago, the Turkish Cypriot community rejected a two-state solution, and a new leader has been elected who believes in a solution of the agreed basis according to UN resolution and by communal federation. Dear colleagues, the past is meant to be studied so that we can avoid reporting and repeating mistakes. The present is offered to us, to all of us, to plan our future. Let's hope that with the new leadership in the Turkish Cypriot community and with the given stand of the Greek Cypriot community and the Cyprus Republic seeking for a solution of the Cyprus issue, let's hope that in the next meeting of the IPU we'll celebrate another solution of an international problem. Dear colleagues, lasting peace cannot be built on injustice, occupation, or the denial of basic rights. We cannot allow geopolitics to overshadow fundamental human values. We must respect sovereignty, defend international law, and protect the innocent in every meaningful sense during war. Parliaments are not passive observers. We are agents of change, and it's time we act with urgency, unity, and humanity these moments demands. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, dear Chairman.
Thank you very much, Cyprus, and well done with your time. I just want to remind honorable members that on the podium, you do have the signal. When it starts to turn red, you must know that your time is up and you must conclude. So if you can assist one another so that I don't have to stop you while you are proceeding with your speech. We'll now ask Argentina. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Señora Presidente, distinguidos colegas parlamentarios, señoras y señores. Es un honor para mí representar a la República Argentina en esta sesión abierta del Comité para promover el respeto del derecho internacional humanitario. Agradezco a la Unión Interparlamentaria por sostener este espacio de diálogo plural, donde los parlamentos del mundo podemos reafirmar los valores que nos unen: la paz, la libertad, el respeto a la dignidad humana y el compromiso con el Estado de Derecho. Vivimos una etapa de profundas transformaciones y desafíos globales. Los conflictos armados se han vuelto más complejos y difusos, las crisis humanitarias se prolongan en el tiempo y las poblaciones civiles sufren sus consecuencias más duras. En este contexto, el derecho internacional humanitario conserva una vigencia esencial. Sabemos que el respeto del derecho internacional no solo protege vidas, sino que contribuye a la paz, a la estabilidad y a la confianza entre naciones. Señora Presidente, el tema que hoy nos convoca, salvaguardar la acción humanitaria en tiempos de crisis y en especial durante los conflictos armados, adquiere una relevancia especial. Las organizaciones humanitarias se enfrentan crecientes riesgos y dificultades. El acceso seguro a las zonas afectadas por la violencia es, cada vez más, un gran desafío. Proteger la acción humanitaria significa reafirmar la neutralidad, la independencia y la imparcialidad de quienes brindan asistencia. Significa garantizar que puedan operar sin presiones políticas o militares y significa también reconocer que su labor salva vidas, alivia el sufrimiento y mantiene viva la esperanza en medio de la adversidad. En este contexto, la lucha contra el terrorismo y las amenazas no convencionales plantea un desafío adicional. Los grupos terroristas que desprecian deliberadamente las normas del derecho internacional suelen atacar a la población civil y utilizar métodos que agravan las crisis humanitarias. Frente a ello, la comunidad internacional tiene la responsabilidad de combatir el terrorismo con firmeza, en el marco del respeto al derecho internacional humanitario y los derechos humanos. La defensa de la seguridad y la protección de la vida civil no son objetivos contradictorios, son complementarios y deben avanzar juntos. Señora Presidente, los parlamentos tenemos una responsabilidad insustituible. Podemos fortalecer los marcos jurídicos nacionales, supervisar su cumplimiento y promover la educación en derecho internacional humanitario y derechos humanos. El respeto y la promoción del derecho internacional humanitario deben mantenerse siempre al margen de consideraciones políticas o ideológicas. El derecho internacional humanitario no pertenece a un bloque, a una región o a una corriente de pensamiento. Es un patrimonio común de la humanidad. Su aplicación no puede condicionarse a intereses coyunturales ni utilizarse como herramienta de confrontación. También debemos fomentar políticas que garanticen la protección del personal humanitario y médico, así como el respeto a su labor neutral y desinteresada. En el caso de Argentina, el Congreso Nacional continúa apoyando activamente la formación en Derecho Internacional y Derechos Humanos en los distintos niveles del Estado. Promovemos una cultura institucional basada en la legalidad, la responsabilidad y la cooperación. Asimismo, reafirmamos la importancia de la acción multilateral. Los desafíos actuales, desde los conflictos armados hasta el terrorismo internacional y las crisis humanitarias, no pueden enfrentarse de manera aislada y requieren coordinación, intercambio de información y solidaridad entre los Estados. La Argentina, fiel a su tradición de compromiso con el derecho y con la paz, seguirá trabajando junto a la comunidad internacional para fortalecer la cooperación humanitaria y promover el respeto de las normas que protegen a las personas en todas circunstancias. Permítame concluir con una convicción que compartimos todos los que creemos en el valor de la ley y de la humanidad. La defensa del humanitarismo no es un gesto de debilidad, sino una expresión de fortaleza moral. Proteger la vida, aliviar el sufrimiento y preservar la dignidad humana son principios que deben guiarnos más allá de toda diferencia política o ideológica. Desde la República Argentina reafirmamos nuestro compromiso con la paz y con el derecho internacional como fundamento de la convivencia entre las naciones. Porque en toda circunstancia debemos preservar el valor más grande que tenemos, nuestra humanidad. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. We now move to Germany.
Madam President, dear colleagues, we live in a world tormented by crisis, a world of conflict, of war, hunger and displacement, a world where violence has become everyday reality and where the very idea of humanity seems under attack. Not one war, not one crisis, but more than 120 armed conflicts in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Gaza, in the Sahel, in Haiti, and in the Pacific Islands, where the climate crisis has already become a question of survival. So the question is, what holds the world together? For me as a German, the question carries a deep responsibility, because after the Second World War, after Auschwitz, our answer is never again. War as a tool of politics, dehumanization, silence in the face of suffering, never again. The mothers and fathers of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and of the Geneva Conventions gave humanity a foundation, a promise that even in times of war, rules must apply, that human dignity is not negotiable. But today, that promise is being broken again and again. Hospitals are being bombed. Humanitarian workers are being killed. Civilians are being targeted. Children are being starved. Women's bodies are being used as battlefields. Even the most fundamental humanitarian norms, those we thought were untouchable, are under attack. And at the same time, the climate crisis and armed conflict reinforce each other. Droughts, floods, food insecurity, all are multiplying suffering. 122 million people are displaced. 310 million are in need of humanitarian assistance. And among them, it is women and girls who carry the heaviest burden. Behind every number is a human being whose life, whose dreams are stolen by war, by injustice, by indifference. So yes, we need humanitarian aid. But more than that, we need humanitarian binding power. We need to strengthen international law. And for Germany, this is a priority, just as tackling the climate crisis has become one. Because protecting the planet and protecting people are not separate tasks. They both depend on one principle, that even in times of crisis, the law of humanity must prevail, because humanitarian law is not a moral luxury. It is a strategy for survival. And this, dear colleagues, is where parliaments come in, where we come in, because we as parliamentarians can turn global norms into national law, can hold governments accountable for their humanitarian commitments, can ensure that funding for aid is not the first victim of budget cuts. And we can defend multilateralism when others turn to nationalism. And that is what makes the IPU so valuable, because here we don't divide the world into North and South. We can learn from the African continent about resilience, about community, about solidarity. We can learn from the Pacific Islands that climate action is humanitarian action. And we can learn from the women of Afghanistan, of Sudan, of Iran, what courage looks like when you fight for freedom. Dear colleagues, initiatives to strengthen international humanitarian law need our political will and our concrete action, because humanitarian commitment begins long before a crisis erupts. It starts with prevention, with education, with equality, with climate justice, and with a free press, a vibrant culture, and a strong civil society. It starts when we make laws that protect the most vulnerable. The Geneva Conventions, we must not only defend them, we must revive them and keep their core message alive. Dear colleagues,
thank you
we come
very
to
much,
the end.
Germany.
Let us, as parliamentarians of the world, be the voice of those who are often not heard or seen. When we empower women, youth, LGBTIQ people, minorities, we build societies of compassion instead of fear. Because at the end, what defines us as nation is us as human beings is not how powerful we are, but how humane we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Germany. Denmark.
Fellow parliamentarians, because that's what we are, parliamentarians. We are not here as representatives of governments. Therefore, we also allow ourselves to have disagreement even inside our delegations. Hopefully, I will say it, because that's democracy. In any case, I do not speak on behalf of the Danish government, but I believe that the vast majority of the Danish population, and most others too, feel disgusted by the wars and man-made disasters that are taking place around in the world. Whether it is the famine in Sudan, the suffering of the civilian population in the bombed-out Gaza, or the population in Ukraine who are daily exposed to deadly attacks with missiles and drones. What can we do? How can we work towards a more peaceful world where it is not the right of the strongest that dominate, but where disagreements are resolved on the basis of international recognized rules and conventions, where the rules of laws does not only apply inside individual countries, but also on a global level. The fight for an international legal order is not new. It was the background of the establishment of the UN 24 October 1945, 80 years ago on Friday. It was the basis of the UN adoption in 1948 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, followed by many other international conventions and agreements. And that was the background for the establishment of the International Court of Justice, ECJ, and more recently, the International Criminal Court, ICC, which can prosecute individuals, including state leaders, suspected of having committed war crimes. This system is certainly not perfect. But what is the alternative? Even more endless wars and conflicts where no one can be held accountable regardless of the crimes they have committed. That cannot be the alternative. Therefore, our task is not to weaken or abolish the system, but to reform it and to strengthen it. And that especially in a situation where the international legal order is under pressure. One issue is that few major powers are staying outside the ICC. Another issue is that some of them have launched a direct attack on the court. For example, the United States have blocked unilaterally the court's access to its email account and frozen bank deposits. At the same time, they have threatened the court's chief prosecutor and other senior staffers with arrest if they set their foot in the United States, simply because they disagree with the ICC decision. Honestly, this behavior is not worthy of a state governed by rule of law. Unfortunately, this is not only one example where the current leadership of US shows its lack of respect for international legal order. We Danes have experienced this ourselves in relation to Greenland. The American president has openly and directly threatened to take control of Greenland, not excluding use of military force. Today, Greenland is an autonomous territory of Denmark. But we respect the wish of the Greenlandic people for more independence. And if the Greenlandic people decide to secede from Denmark and become an independent state, we, of course, will accept it. It's called the people's right to self-determination. But being occupied by the United States against one's will is not independence. It's a fundamental breach of international law. Such breach, unfortunately, is happening other places in the world. As examples, Russia's occupation of part of Ukraine, and with the continuation of expanding illegal Israeli settlement in the occupied West Bank. Therefore, fellow parliamentarians, let's stand together for international law and the international legal order, and let us do it now. Tomorrow it can be too late. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member of Albania.
Dear fellow parliamentarians, as a young parliamentarian, it's an honor to take the floor as the leader of the Albanian Parliament delegation in this important general debate. We meet in Geneva, the birthplace of humanitarian law, at a time where its very foundations are being tested. Today, the world faces over 120 armed conflicts, some stretching back decades. More than 122 million people are forcibly displaced, and almost 310 million depend on humanitarian assistance more to survive. Among them, women and girls bear the heaviest burden. These are not statistics. They are moral warnings. Behind every number stands a life, a mother, a daughter, a future that may never be lived. The Geneva Conventions were born from humanity's determination to set limits, to ensure that even in war, compassion would not die. Yet, today, those limits are violated with impunity. Hospitals are bombed, humanitarian workers are attacked, civilians are used as leverage for political disputes. Albania stands firm in the belief that the protection of human dignity is not a matter of political choice, but it is a moral obligation. For us, the strength of a nation is measured by its power. It's not measured by its power to dominate, by its will to actually protect. Our own history has shaped our moral compass in moments of crisis. During one of humanity's darkest chapters, between 39 and 45, when war and persecution swept across Europe and millions of Jews were denied safety simply for those who they were, Albania became a rare place of refuge. Guided by the ancient code of honor, BESA, the moral sacred duty to protect those who seek refuge, even at personal risk. Albanian families risked everything to shelter those fleeing for their life. Ours was the only country in Europe that ended the war with more Jews than before it, a quiet victory of consciousness over fear. That moral instinct has shaped our national character ever since. When the war in Kosovo erupted in 1999 and forced hundreds of thousands to flee their homes, Albania once again opened its doors without hesitation. That moment reaffirmed that solidarity is not an abstract principle. It is a moral imperative, born of shared pain and shared hope. And in 2021, when Afghanistan faced a moment of profound uncertainty, Albania once again welcomed families in need of protection, not because we had abundant resources, but because we understood that humanitarian aid begins with a simple gesture, opening a door when others are closed. The same conviction guides our stance on Ukraine. From the very first day of the aggression, Albania has stood in full solidarity with the Ukrainian people, defending the principles of sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity that underpin international law. Our support has combined humanitarian assistance, political engagement, and a consistent call for accountability within multilateral institutions. And these are not gestures of clarity, but expressions of consciousness, the reflection of a small nation enduring the belief that solidarity, protection, and humanitarian action are the truest measures of strength of nations. Guided by that belief, Albania continues to align its policy with European humanitarian and civil protection frameworks, investing in disaster resilience, gender equality, and youth engagement, while ensuring that assistance is delivered transparently and effectively. We recognize and appreciate the ongoing diplomatic efforts led by President Trump to encourage dialogue, restraint, and de-escalation in some of the world's most fragile regions. Such initiatives remind us that leadership is not measured only by power, but by the courage to pursue peace, even when the odds seem unsurmountable. That is the spirit that Albania stands for: moral conviction, human empathy, and the pursuit of peace through courage. And of course, parliaments should not be bystanders to humanitarian crisis. We are their moral and political anchors, and we must turn commitments into enforceable laws and compassion into public policy. And behind every humanitarian tragedy lies another crisis, that of trust, of multilateralism. As the global divisions deepen, cooperation weakens, and humanitarian needs grow, but no country, large or small, can face these challenges alone. That's why Albania calls for stronger parliamentary diplomacy, joint fact-finding missions, and cross-border collaboration. And these are not symbolic gestures, They're actually there to restore credibility to multilateral actions. Dear colleagues, in a world shaken by conflict...
Can you please summarize?
Dear
Your
colleagues,
time is up.
in a world shaken by conflict and cynicism, upholding humanitarian norms is not an option. It is a true measure of who we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. North Macedonia.
Thank you. Honorable Madam President, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Macedonian Assembly, I would like to express a sincere appreciation to the Inter-parliamentary Union for convening this timely discussion at a moment when the values that sustain our shared humanity are under unprecedented threat. The global humanitarian landscape today presents a sobering reality. More than 120 active armed conflicts, 122 million people forcibly displaced, and almost 310 million in urgent need of assistance. Behind these statistics stand human lives, families torn apart, children deprived of their futures, and communities devastated by conflict and despair. These are not abstract numbers, but a testament to our collective failure in upholding the essential principles of international humanitarian law. Macedonia, as a signatory to the Geneva Conventions and their additional protocol, remains firmly committed to the principles of international humanitarian law. As a candidate country for European Union membership, we consistently align with EU position concerning the protection of victims of armed conflicts and the promotion of humanitarian norms. Our adherence to these universal principles goes beyond political boundaries, reflecting our profound belief in the dignity and worth of every human being. Our commitment has been demonstrated through concrete actions. Many times, our country granted protection to refugees, ensuring their access to residence permits, employment, education, and essential services in partnership with UNHCR and civil society organizations. This response reflects our unwavering resolve to stand with those fleeing violence and persecution. Distinguished colleagues, the magnitude of today's challenges demands a comprehensive parliamentary response. We must reaffirm our dedication to multilateralism and the rules-based international order. In an era marked by rising nationalism and geopolitical fragmentation, parliaments bear the moral duty to safeguard international humanitarian law. National interests must never be invoked as a pretext for undermining obligations that are the cornerstone of civilized conduct. We have to exercise our legislative and oversight responsibilities to translate humanitarian norms into effective domestic frameworks and ensure that our governments uphold international commitments and maintain transparency and accountability. We must also embrace a holistic approach to humanitarian action. The intersection of armed conflict, climate change, health emergencies, and gender-based violence demand coordinated cross-sectoral responses. Dear colleagues, safeguarding humanitarian action requires political will as much as financial support. Despite limited means, our country continues to work closely with international organizations to address statelessness and assist vulnerable population. By providing legal documentation to stateless persons, we ensure access to fundamental rights and services. These efforts, though small in scope, symbolize our conviction that no individual should remain invisible before the law. We stand ready to contribute constructively to the global efforts for upholding humanitarian norms and the rules-based international order. As a small nation that has experienced its share of hardship and transition, we understand the transformative power of solidarity and the importance of international support. The Macedonian Assembly reaffirms its full commitment to the principles of international humanitarian law and pledges to work actively within the Inter-parliamentary Union and with international partners to ensure that humanitarian norms are respected, humanitarian action is supported, and the voices of those in need are heard. Ladies and gentlemen, Parliamentary diplomacy has a decisive role to play in reinforcing multilateral values, inclusiveness, solidarity, cooperation, and shared responsibility. At a time when trust in global institutions is decreasing, parliaments can bridge divides, foster dialogue, and amplify the voices of the most vulnerable. As parliamentarians, we have the authority to legislate, to allocate, and to inspire. We must use these powers to foster a culture of humanity and even and mostly amid crisis. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, North Macedonia. Now, Mercosur Parliament, Palasu.
Muchas gracias. Antes que nada, quiero agradecer a Dios por poder estar aquí, porque considero que nada es casualidad, y mucho menos cuando uno tiene por auditorio a los oídos del mundo, especialmente para compartir ideas que nos unan en tiempos de fragmentación. Porque soy un convencido que solo se odia lo que no se conoce o aquel que nos dijeron que era malo. Muchos aquí hemos cruzado océanos, miles de kilómetros, y eso demuestra compromiso, lealtad, interés, pero por sobre todo la necesidad de plasmar el afecto en ese lenguaje no verbal, universal, que todos conocemos, el del apretón de manos y el del abrazo sincero. Vivimos en un mundo hiperconectado, pero paradójicamente dividido por la misma razón, la comunicación. Y pensar en su evolución desde aquellas cartas escritas a mano que cruzaban mares y tardaban semanas en llegar, pasando por el correo electrónico al alcance de un simple enviar, y así llegamos a las videollamadas donde podemos ver, sentir y hablar en tiempo real. La tecnología nos permitió estar presentes sin estarlo. Pero esa tecnología que acortó distancia y derribó fronteras, también nos dejó un dilema. ¿Cómo distinguir lo que es real de lo que no lo es? Porque la misma velocidad que acerca a las personas también trajo inherente el uso malicioso de la comunicación, la distorsión de la verdad. Hoy esa línea difusa entre lo real y lo falso domina la política, domina los medios y hasta la conciencia colectiva. Vivimos en una época donde la verdad ya no se busca, se fabrica. Y algunos, en especial grupos corporativos con intereses directos en los negocios estatales o particulares, con el disfraz de prensa libre, dirigido por gente que nadie eligió y atribuyéndose la voz del pueblo sin pasar por las urnas, han convertido el periodismo en un ropaje para delinquir, difamar, injuriar, destruir, chantajear y manipular. En mi país le decimos los sicarios de la comunicación, los que no empuñan armas pero sí matan reputaciones, no derraman sangre pero derraman odio en busca de ella. Crean prontuarios digitales, falsas condenas mediáticas sin sustento legal, que se convierten en antecedentes maliciosos para usar por ellos mismos para justificar nuevas mentiras. Y así mantienen un ciclo perverso de manipulación y daño, convertida en arma política y en una herramienta comercial. Y mientras eso ocurre, el honor, la confianza y la credibilidad institucional son arrasados por una marea de impunidad digital. La manipulación informática no solo destruye personas o gobiernos, sino que distorsiona la percepción internacional, daña la imagen de los países y contamina las decisiones globales. Han contaminado tanto la información y la verdad, al punto de lo más absurdo, comparar a secuestrados con terroristas, negar la vida misma de un bebé en el vientre de la madre, o decir que un hombre no es hombre ni que una mujer no es mujer, y usar el dolor humano como herramienta de manipulación para debilitar gobiernos y no para buscar soluciones. El mundo no puede seguir tolerando esa hipocresía moral. Por eso es momento de avanzar hacia una legislación global que cierre los vacíos legales que no permitan más esta impunidad. Necesitamos un marco internacional que premie y proteja la verdadera libertad de prensa y condene y castigue el uso criminal perverso de la mentira, porque defender normas humanitarias también implica defender la verdad. Y sin verdad no hay justicia, y sin justicia ninguna paz puede sostenerse. Y hay héroes que nos demuestran que estamos en el camino correcto. Por eso celebro que Corina Machado haya sido reconocida como Premio Nobel de la Paz. Su valentía ante las dictaduras más crueles de Latinoamérica, su voz nos recuerdan que la libertad, la verdad y la coherencia deben prevalecer. Y si estamos aquí para recordar a quienes construyen paz, quiero decirlo con mucho respeto y convicción que el presidente de los Estados Unidos, Donald Trump, merece ser el próximo Premio Nobel de la Paz. Muchas gracias, Presidenta, por el tiempo. La disculpa a los colegas.
Thank you very much.
Mi querido Paraguay siempre estará al lado de la
Can
paz.
I now
Siempre
ask
acompañará el
Montenegro?
respeto a las democracias, la libertad y la soberanía de los pueblos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I don't want to use the gavel, but when I hit it, you must know that you have gone beyond your time. Montenegro.
Thank you. Dear fellow colleagues, I grew up in Balkans during the 19th, a time of war, fear, hate, and what can only be described as a humanitarian midnight. While politicians and soldiers tore the region apart, I was taught one of the most important truths. Evil is always the same. In honor of all women who teach future generations to recognize evil, allow me to remember my almost illiterate grandmother. During the war, she once took a few bags of flour and sent them to Bosnia by bus as a humanitarian aid. At the time, we were hungry too. And many people from our place thought this wasn't just wise. Neighbors even mocked her that flour will never reach our people at the front line. Her angry words, "I didn't send that to our people, I sent that to hungry people," taught me to never accept division between us and them, because that's how evil works. It creates sides and hides behind flags, religion, borders. It justifies cruelty by calling it strategy or defense. It starves children and calls it necessity. It kills children and calls it collateral damage. No explanation justifies starving or bombing the children. There are no different points of view. Evil is always the same. If women who never went to school could send the food to the people they didn't know, then we, members of parliament, have no excuse. We must act, because when we say it's not my problem, when we stay silent or neutral, we don't stop evil, we support it. I can't leave this stage without mentioning that my grandmother was an orphan. She never knew where her father's grave was, but she was buried with the secret who killed him. She never tells anyone, not out of fear, but because she believed that revealing it would only continue the circle of revenge. She understood something that many leaders today forget. Remembering the past should guide us to peace, not to more violence, and our job is to stop revenge. Every person in this room can do more and should do more, because tomorrow someone who's suffering now will ask, what did you do when we were starving, and we won't be able to say we didn't know, we couldn't see, because evil doesn't hide. It stays right in front of us, and it's always the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Montenegro, Zimbabwe. Honorable Mdenda, Speaker of Zimbabwe.
Madam President, the 101st Assembly of the Inter-parliamentary Union and related meetings convenes on the backdrop of escalating geopolitical tensions, which have inadvertently led to an unprecedented humanitarian crisis characterized by food insecurity, displacements, and catastrophic loss of life. In this context, I wish to applaud the IPU for the theme of upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis, which strongly resonates with the urgent call for effective multilateralism. At a time when the principles of distinction, proportionality, and humanity are being violated with alarming acrimony and unashamed impunity, parliaments must indeed respond with courage, conviction, and concrete action to uphold fearlessly humanitarian norms through concerted parliamentary diplomacy and dialogue to avert inhuman treatment of victims of war conflicts. We should do so because humanitarian norms are the fundamental ethos and principles that safeguard human dignity during armed conflicts and disasters. These norms are rooted in the Geneva Conventions, customary international law, and human rights instruments. They demand the protection of civilians by ensuring impartial humanitarian access to victims of conflict and prohibiting attacks on medical facilities, as well as killing aid workers. Victims of war conflicts need to be always treated humanely. That is the high moral ground from where IPU parliaments must act decisively to save the 350 million victims of war globally. Madam President, the African Union Convention for the Protection and Assistance of Internally Displaced Persons represent progressive leadership in humanitarian protection continentally, provided such norms are backed by the imperative of political will and compelling parliamentary action. Madam President, within the SADC region, the Protocol on Politics, Defense and Security Cooperation and the SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan emphasize disaster preparedness, mutual assistance, and coordinated humanitarian responses in the face of adversity. Madam President, we cannot discuss humanitarian norms and actions without addressing the Middle East conflict. While we appreciate recent development towards peace, including the ceasefire agreement, the humanitarian situation remains catastrophically dire. What makes this crisis particularly troubling is the inconsistent and selective application of humanitarian norms. Further, international humanitarian law has been flagrantly violated, while the international response has been paralyzed by geopolitical and economic considerations. Even the United Nations finds itself helpless with its resolutions ignored and its agencies attacked shamelessly. Some nations bound by the very convention they helped to author are complicit through their silence and inactivity. Equally, the conflict in Eastern Europe should cease in response to the dictates of humanitarian norms. It is hoped that President Trump's peace initiatives in Eastern Europe will prevail to stop the war there. Furthermore, let there be utmost respect for humanitarian norms in Africa's hotspots, especially in the DRC, where more than 6 million people have lost their lives in the past 10 years, and thousands have been displaced internally and externally. What more of the 30 million victims of famine and displacement in Sudan, and now the insecurity in Madagascar, where there is a clarion call for peace and security in respect of humanitarian norms. The IPU must stand up towards determined action. The United Nations must not be found wanting in championing the application of humanitarian norms in all conflict zones globally. Men and women of goodwill should stand up and be counted in defense of humanitarian norms in the spirit of the Roman Catholic Church's Jubilee of Hope as we embrace multilateralism and solidarity with the victims of callous war conflicts. I so submit, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mdenda. Can I now ask Botswana to take the floor?
Madam President of the IPU Assembly, distinguished honorable speakers, I'm privileged and honored to address this august assembly on a matter of great human and moral importance from National Assembly of Botswana. The 151 Inter-parliamentary Union Assembly theme resonates deeply with the global imperative to protect vulnerable populations and ensure the delivery of essential aid in the midst of escalating conflicts and natural disasters. In today's world of complex humanitarian crisis, following international humanitarian law and supporting humanitarian organizations are essential steps in protecting human dignity and promoting global stability. The current global environment presents formidable challenges to upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian actions. The statement from the perspective of Republic of Botswana seeks to engage with this vital theme, reflecting on our national experiences, identifying persistent challenges, and articulating our expectations for collective action. This topic, Madam President, speaks directly to the values upon which our republic was founded: compassion, solidarity, and respect for human dignity. Botswana has long been a beacon of peace, stability, and democracy in Africa. Botswana's voice carries weight and moral authority in defending humanitarian principles both at home and abroad. Madam President, I'm happy to report that the Republic of Botswana held peaceful elections in October 2024. This is because our country holds the principles of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law in high regard. Peaceful elections are preventive measures to crisis and anarchy. They are also crucial for democratic stability as they foster a culture of peaceful coexistence among citizens. Despite instances of disputed electoral outcomes, elections, when conducted in a credible and transparent manner, reduces conflicts and ensure legitimacy. They also stimulate economic growth and the promotion of human rights. Madam President, humanitarian challenges transcend borders. As such, every crisis is therefore a test for a shared humanity. Botswana is one of the countries that has become home to many who have experienced political and social economic challenges and push factors from their countries of origin. As a country, we have delivered food aids and supplies and support other countries in our region. Our security forces and peacekeepers continue to support and participate in peace and humanitarian missions across the region. Global humanitarian challenges. In many conflict zones, humanitarian accesses are obstructed or aids are weaponized, becoming a tool of political leverage rather than a life-saving intervention. This directly contravenes the fundamental principles of humanity, impartiality, neutrality, and independence that guide humanitarian action. Madam President, opportunities for supporting humanitarian action. We strongly believe that the IPU Assembly provides a crucial platform for parliamentarians to translate global humanitarian norms into national policies and legislative frameworks. By raising awareness within the constitution, the parliamentarians are holding governments accountable. Parliamentarians can amplify the impact of humanitarian efforts. This involves understanding the nuances of humanitarian action and ensuring that national policies align with international humanitarian principles. Moreover, this assembly presents an opportunity to foster greater interparliamentary cooperation on humanitarian issues, sharing best practices, coordinating advocacy, and developing common strategies for addressing cross-border humanitarian challenges. Botswana, for instance, believes in the power of regional collaboration to address shared humanitarian concerns, from disaster preparedness to refugee management. Madam President, Botswana remains steadfast in condemning attacks on aid workers and obstruction to humanitarian access. On conclusion, Madam President, we have long advocated for multilateral solutions to global challenges, and this theme is a testament to the enduring relevance of international cooperation in addressing complex human needs of our time.
Thank you very much.
In conclusion, Madam President, the theme for IPU Assembly is a call to collective responsibility. I submit, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Botswana. Yemen.
السيدة نائبة رئيس الجلسة، السادة رؤساء البرلمانات، الوفود البرلمانية وأعضاء البرلمانات، الحضور الكريم جميعا، سعدتم بالخير صباحا. في البداية يطيب لوفد مجلس النواب اليمني أن يتوجه بخالص الشكر والتقدير إلى رئاسة الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي وأمانته العامة على حسن الإعداد والتنظيم لهذه الدورة الهامة. إنه لمن دواعي سرورنا أن نشارك اليوم في أعمال الدورة 151 للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، هذا الكيان الذي يعد نموذجاً للاستمرارية المؤسسية وترسيخ ثقافة الحوار من أجل السلام. ونأمل أن تكون أعمال هذه الدورة خطوة جيدة وجديدة نحو تعزيز العدالة والإنسانية وبناء عالم أكثر توازناً وتكافؤاً وتعاوناً في مواجهة الأزمات والحروب. السادة والسيدات، جئنا من أرض اليمن، تلك الأرض التي انهكتها الحرب منذ أكثر من 10 سنوات وجعل الشعب يعيش تحت خط الفقر، محروما محروما من أبسط الخدمات الأساسية والرعاية الصحية، حيث تم الزج بالعاملين في المجال الإنساني داخل السجون، واستخدمت المساعدات الدولية في تمويل المجهود الحربي، واستمر تجنيد الأطفال والزج بهم في جبهات القتال، وتكدست السجون المعتقلين من شطار الصحفيين والنساء، فيما تتواصل جرائم الإخفاء القسري والتعذيب والعنف الجنسي دون تحقيق أو مساءلة رغم التقارير الدولية الموثقة بشهادة الضحايا وأسرهم. وللأسف لم تصنف هذه الميليشيات الحوثية الانقلابية المدعوم من النظام الإيراني حتى الآن كجماعة إرهابية، وهو ما زاد من معاناة شعبنا، فقد أوقفت هذه الميليشيات أكثر من 70% من موارد الدولة نتيجة استهدافها منصات تصدير النفط في محافظتي شبوة وحضرموت شرقي اليمن، مما أدى إلى انخفاض الإيرادات السنوية أكثر من 3 مليارات دولار إلى أقل من 800 مليون دولار منذ أغسطس 2022 ميلادية. وقد انعكس هذا التدهور الحاد على الأوضاع الاقتصادية والمعيشية، فتوقفت رواتب الموظفين والمتقاعدين والمدنيين والعسكريين، وتراجعت قيمة العملة الوطنية حتى أصبح متوسط الدخل الشهري لا يتجاوز 20 دولارا، كما خفضت المنظمات الإنسانية تمويلها، فضاعفت المعاناة الإنسانية إلى مستويات غير مسبوقة. واليوم العاصمة عدن بدون كهرباء لها أكثر من 30 ساعة متواصلة ولا زالت لنقص الوقود. ومع ذلك اليمن لم يقف وحيدا في محنته، فقد كان لأشياء قائمة في المملكة العربية السعودية قيادة وشعبا الموقف الأخوي الصادق والدعم المستمر عبر البرنامج السعودي للتنمية، وكذلك أيضا مواقف إخواننا في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، فلهم الشكر والتقدير والإعفاء من هذه المنصة نقولها. ومن هذا المنبر نطالب برلمانات الدول الأعضاء الموقرة بدعم اليمن من خلال التالي: التحقيق الفوري في الانتهاكات التي قام بها الانقلابيين وإدانتها، واستصدار قرار من لجنة حقوق الإنسان بالبرلمان الدولي تجاه الانتهاكات التي مورست ضد زملائكم أعضاء مجلس النواب اليمني حتى هذا اليوم. 2. الضغط على الجماعة الحوثية للتوقف عن استهداف البنى التحتية والمنشآت والمرافق العامة. 2. المساعد تصدير وبيع النفط الخام مخزون والمنتج عبر إعادة تأهيل الموانئ ومنشآت التصدير. 4. حث الشركات النفطية والاستكشافية على العودة لليمن واستئناف نشاطها. 5. تشجيع الاستثمارات في الموانئ وخاصة ميناء عدن الدولي وفي قطاعات الزراعة والثروة السمكية وغيرها. إننا نتطلع إلى أن يقف العالم معنا من أجل شراكة تنموية حقيقية تعيد لليمن وجهته المشرقة ليعود اليمن سعيدا بإذن الله تعالى. السادة والسيدات، في الوقت الذي نناقش فيه قضايا العمل الإنساني ومعاييره، شهد ويشهد العالم مأساة إنسانية مروعة في غزة، حيث يواصل الاحتلال الإسرائيلي عدوانه الوحشي على المدنيين العزل في انتهاك ساق لكل القيم الإنسانية والقوانين الدولية. ومن هذا المنبر نرحب بالمبادرة الأمريكية والجهود العربية والإسلامية الساعية إلى وقف الحرب، وندعو المجتمع الدولي والاتحاد البرلماني إلى تحمل مسؤولياته الأخلاقية والإنسانية. فالتاريخ سيدخل موقفنا هذا جميعا وسيسجل موقفنا هذا جميعا، ولن يرحمنا التاريخ إن تواطأنا مع الصلف الصهيوني الذي تجاوز كل الحدود. ونطالب باتخاذ إجراءات واضحة، منها الاعتراف الكامل بدولة فلسطين وتمكينها من أراضيها ومنحها مقعدا دائما في كل المنابر الدولية. 2. إيقاف كافة الاتفاقات العسكرية مع الكيان الصهيوني الإسرائيلي. 3. التنفيذ الفوري لقرارات محكمة الجناية الدولية الصادرة في 24 نوفمبر 2024 التي أدانت رئيس الكيان الصهيوني ووزير دفاعه كمجرمي حرب. 4. حظر الأنشطة الأفراد والشركات الداعمة للكيان الصهيوني وتجريم تمويل باعتبارها كيانات إرهابية مويلة للإرهاب. 5. استنكار الاعتداء على زملائنا البرلمانيين والناشطين الإعلاميين المشاركين في أسطول الصمود لكسر الحصار عن غزة والمطالبة بإطلاق كافة السراحل. كما نستنكر بشدة الاعتداءات الإسرائيلية الأخيرة على دولة قطر الشقيقة، ونعبر عن تضامننا الكامل معها ضد أي اعتداء يمس سيادتها وأمنها. السادة والسيدات، إننا نأمل أن نخرج من دورتنا هذه الحالية بقرارات تعزز من دور الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي كمنبر عالمي لتخسير السلام والعدالة وحقوق الإنسان والمساهمة في وقف نزيف الدم في كل مكان من هذا العالم دون تمييز أو عنصرية. إننا نطالب في هذا المكان أن يخرج هذه الدورة بهذه القرارات التي يعزز مننا بأننا جميعا شركاء في الإنسانية، نتقاسم الأرض والأمل والمصير، وغايتنا المشتركة أن يسود السلام والعدل والكرامة كل أرجاء المعمورة. شكرا لحسن استماعكم.
Honorable members, can I plead with you, when we ask you to conclude your statement, please do so. We give you a grace of 30 seconds, and once I hit the gavel, please, know that your time is up. So Yemen, in future, please, you must listen when the chair advises you to stop. Thank you. UAE.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll speak in Arabic, so could you put your headset, because I'll speak on behalf of humanity to humanity. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معالي رئيسة الجلسة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، يطيب لي في مستهل كلمتي أن أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي رئاسة وأمانة على حسن الإعداد والتنظيم، وعلى اختيار محاور المؤتمر التي تلامس جوهر التحديات الراهنة التي يعيشها العالم، باعتبار أن التمسك بالقانون الإنساني الدولي لا يمثل التزاما بالقانون فقط، بل هو ضمانة لترسيخ العدالة وصون الكرامة الإنسانية. أيها الحضور الكريم، جئتكم من وطن الإنسانية الإمارات، أحمل لكم تحيات شعب يؤمن بالقيم الإنسانية المشتركة التي تجمعنا، ويؤمن بأن الإطار الإنساني فيه أمور يجب من أجلها أن نتجاوز الفوارق والاختلافات التي تمزقنا والتي تؤدي إلى معاناة الإنسان لأنه إنسان، بغض النظر عن جنسيته أو دينه أو عرقه أو لونه. الإنسانية تعاني لأننا لا نلتزم لا بالقوانين ولا بالتشريعات ولا بالمواثيق ولا حتى بالكلمات عندما نتعاطى مع الأزمات التي تواجهها البشرية في مختلف بقاع العالم. إن أكبر تحدي يجب علينا أن نواجهه نحن كبرلمانيين هو قضية تسييس العمل الإنساني ومساعدة الإنسان المتضرر بسبب الصراع والأزمات والحروب في مختلف بقاع العالم. إن تسييس العمل الإنساني ننظر إليه نحن كجريمة لأن ضحيته الإنسان، ولهذا يفترض فينا كبرلمانيين أن نعلي من شأن التعاطي مع الإنسان بسبب التحديات والأزمات والصراعات. إن هناك الملايين من البشر في هذه اللحظة يعانون من الجوع، يعانون من الخوف، لا يجدون الخدمات الأساسية من صحة وتعليم، بل هناك الملايين الذين لا يجدون ماء الشرب النقي الذي يستحقه ليس الإنسان بل الطير والحيوان. إننا يجب أن نتعاطى مع أزمة أي إنسان كأزمة تتعلق بنا بذواتنا، وهذا يتطلب منا مراجعة أساسية لعلاقاتنا مع الآخر. وهنا لا أقصد أن نتفق في كل شيء، لا، علينا أن نتعاون فيما يمكن أن نتفق عليه، ومما يجب أن نتفق عليه أن نقف مع الإنسان عندما يتعرض للتهديد لأنه إنسان، عندما يعاني الإنسان لأنه إنسان. أنا أفخر بأن بلادي هي الداعم للعمل الإنساني الخيري الأول في أفريقيا وفي مناطق أخرى، لأننا نؤمن بأن أمن واستقرار وازدهار أي دولة في النهاية هو مصلحة مشتركة، وأن بناء الشراكات مع الآخر يعزز من القيم التي تجمعنا ويصنع مستقبل أفضل لشعبنا وللشعوب الأخرى. نحن كبرلمانيين وكأعضاء في الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي بحاجة إلى وقفة مع مدى التزامنا بالمبادئ والأسس التي من أجلها انضممنا إلى هذا الاتحاد. نحن بحاجة إلى إعادة تموضع للنظر في دورنا الحقيقي في خدمة شعوبنا وفي خدمة الإنسانية جمعاء. شكرا لكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Russian Federation.
Dear Madam President, esteemed colleagues, this year Russia, along with China and other nations, solemnly commemorated the 80th anniversary of the victory in the Second World War. In the USSR alone, 27 million people fell victim to German Nazism, Italian fascism, and Japanese militarism. Russia honors the memory of all those who sacrificed their lives in that war against Nazism, and has legally acknowledged the Soviet people as victims of genocide. Remembering the victims of war, our country played a key role in the formulation of the 1949 Geneva Conventions and the additional protocols. We regard these treaties as the cornerstones of international humanitarian law. Unfortunately, the world has not become more secure over the past 80 years. Our allies from the anti-Hitler coalition, France and the United Kingdom, have subsequently failed to stay on the right track of history. Jointly with NATO, they have nurtured neo-Nazism in the Baltic states and later in Ukraine, supported discrimination against the Russian-speaking individuals, with the latest case with unhuman deportation of native Russians from Latvia speaks for itself, and then denied Russia its rightful claim to security in Europe. The Western nations' disregard to the Russians' rights to self-determination and security has been the fundamental cause of today's geopolitical crisis. The disregard by Israel and several Western nations for the people's right to self-determination and security in Palestine has, in a similar way, precipitated the crisis in the Middle East that cannot be deemed resolved despite the encouraging news of recent days. Our position is well known. The United Nations General Assembly and Security Council decisions must be fully implemented. An Arab state in Palestine must be created. We, as Russian parliamentarians, are committed to supporting humanitarian efforts. This year, we are in the process of finalizing the adoption of a federal law concerning the legal status of the Russian Red Cross. By approving the budget, we allocate donor assistance to the aid programs of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and other global partners. From our point of view, the main task for parliamentarians is to implement humanitarian standards into national legislation and law enforcement practice. Firstly, this involves the inclusion of the Geneva Convention's provisions in military regulations and other legal documents relevant to the armed forces. Secondly, to establish legal responsibility for breaches of the Geneva Conventions. And thirdly, to introduce humanitarian law, teaching them for military personnel, diplomats, and lawyers. All these efforts are being undertaken in Russia. We agree with the IPU's concerns regarding the violations of humanitarian law in the context of armed conflicts around the world. For instance, the Kyiv regime, with Western backing, has organized a blockade of water and energy supplies to Crimea. However, the blockades during wartime are strictly prohibited by the Fourth Geneva Convention. Furthermore, by obtaining NATO weapons, financial resources, and ideological backing, Ukraine avoids entering into a peace agreement. Rather than pursuing peace, the Kyiv regime employs the military against civilians, takes hostages, engages in acts of terrorism, inflicts torture, performs biological experiments, and murders journalists and socio-political figures. All of these crimes are grave violations of the Geneva Conventions. In the context of the Ukrainian crisis, the Russian authorities maintain ongoing communication with the International Committee of the Red Cross. Despite the blatant lies of representatives from Kyiv here, the Red Cross is verifying the process of reuniting Ukrainian children with their families. A confidential dialogue is being held regarding the exchange of prisoners of war, humanitarian access, and other matters according to our international obligations. As far as we are aware, the International Red Cross has no grievances against Russia in this context. Recently, here from the Ukrainian delegation, again, there was a figure of 19,500 disappeared children. This is a complete lie. We have a task force here in the Union, and during 3 years of the activities of our task force on Russia-Ukraine conflict, the Ukrainian delegation delivered only 9, not 90, not 900,
Honourable Member,
not
if you can try
19,000,
and
but 9
summarize.
cases to this task force. Either you do not respect the IPU and the task force, I speak about the Ukrainian delegation, or you have to stop lying. And my last point, sorry, the war in Ukraine was mentioned here. I do agree with the Ukrainian statement on that.
Honourable Member,
the war in Ukraine
your
has
time
started
is
in
up.
2014
Thank
after
you
the
very
coup
much.
d'etat in Ukraine, and this is a civil war
Honourable Member,
by the Ukrainian authorities against its own population.
Your time is
16,000
up.
people were
Latvia.
killed in Ukraine by Ukrainian authorities in 2014 until 2022,
Member, your time
when we
is
had to
up.
start our special military operation. We protect
Can
human
you please-
lives, and we will continue to do so. Thank you so much.
Once again, honourable members, I want to remind you to be conscious of time, and when the chairperson advises you your time is up, please take note of that and respect it. Latvia.
Dear friends, 5 minutes is not a lot, but as I have chance to speak to parliamentarians from all over the world, I decided that today I will not fill my speech with beautiful words about humanitarian diplomacy, but I will talk about something that I'm truly worried about: the danger of dehumanization. Climate change brings with us social insecurity and an increase in competition for resources. This fight for survival is dangerous for societies because it is easy to lose compassion and respect with it. And we have experienced this. When colonial powers expanded across their continents and other continents, they dehumanized and destroyed indigenous people. We have condemned this. When, at the start of the last century, the doctrine for so-called living space turned into ideology for domination and racial superiority, it led to the Second World War, leading to immense atrocities and the loss of millions of lives. We have condemned this, but have we learned from this? Have we learned from this? And the core of imperialism is the idea that one group, their belief or ideology, is worth more than others. The idea returns whenever oppressors try to dehumanize those they aim to subjugate or destroy. And we heard that before, in speech before my speech, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we see this pattern repeating in conflicts across the world. Invaders kill, displace, and drive people from their homes, claiming special rights to their land or identity. The Russian aggression against Ukraine was preceded by a campaign that sought to defame the Ukrainian people and to justify Russia's so-called rights, special rights, over history or over Ukrainian territory. We are also witnessing unbearable human suffering in Gaza, where civilians are being killed and displaced. And this is another tragic example on how narratives of entitlement, of false entitlement and dehumanization perpetuate cycles of violence. At the same time, we see growing attempts to manipulate societies through influence operations and disinformation. And once again, the first step is dehumanization, when a group of people is labeled as disease, as animals, as filth. But now about us, Parliamentarians. 2 years ago, here in Geneva, I heard a representative of one nation use deeply demeaning language to describe the people of another nation. Many in the room shouted or expressed disapproval, but that was all what we did. I found that moment very deeply disturbing. It reminded me how easily words can dehumanize and how silence in the face of such language can make us complicit. Because words spoken by us, representatives of nations, carry weight and can either heal or harm. We must draw lines between humanity and hate, and we must recognize and oppose hate speech. All people are equal. Our nations have a right to self-determination. We cannot tolerate hate speech or the humiliation of other peoples, neither here nor in our countries. But today there is another world that affects us all, the digital world. It exceeds borders, and within it we surrender our most precious resources, time and attention. Yet rules in this world are often not set by democratic institutions representing society, but by a few private actors, monarchs of social media, who shape what we see and what we believe, and whose algorithms, in the name of profit, amplify hate speech, depriving the human face of both nations and groups of people. So, I urge this: do not tolerate hate speech, whether in the real or digital space. Let's work together so that democracy prevails online as well, with rules set by society and not by a few digital monarchs. Humanity cannot be taken for granted. We have to protect it. And we have to do it every day, on a battlefield, online, in our hearts, and in how we treat each other here in this IPU
If
event.
you can try and summarize. Thank you very much, Latvia. Peru.
Señora Presidente y señores representantes de la Unión Interparlamentaria, en mi condición de parlamentaria peruana y representante del GRULAC ante el Comité Ejecutivo de la UIP, es un honor dirigirme a ustedes en esta 151 Asamblea de la Unión Interparlamentaria, en la que nos convoca un tema de urgente y de permanente relevancia: garantizar el respeto de las normas humanitarias y apoyar la acción humanitaria en situaciones de crisis. Las tragedias que hoy presenciamos, que giran en torno a conflictos armados prolongados, desplazamientos masivos y el uso indiscriminado de armas explosivas en zonas densamente pobladas, nos recuerdan que el respeto al derecho internacional humanitario no es una opción, sino un imperativo moral y jurídico. El Perú, fiel a su tradición de respeto por el derecho internacional, es Estado parte de los 4 convenios de Ginebra de 1949 y sus 3 protocolos adicionales, instrumentos fundamentales para la protección de las personas en tiempo de conflicto armado. Consciente de la importancia de aplicar eficazmente estos instrumentos, el Estado peruano creó en 2001 la Comisión Nacional de Estudio y Aplicación del Derecho Internacional Humanitario, CONADI, un órgano multisectorial encargado de promover, coordinar e impulsar la difusión, el desarrollo y la aplicación del derecho internacional humanitario a nivel nacional. Esta comisión se ha consolidado para convertirse en una buena práctica regional y un referente técnico para el tratamiento de este tema en nuestras políticas públicas. Asimismo, en el año 2022, el Perú suscribió la Declaración Política sobre la protección de civiles contra las consecuencias humanitarias del uso de armas explosivas en zonas pobladas, EUIPA. Esta adhesión expresa nuestro firme compromiso con la reducción del sufrimiento humano en escenarios urbanos donde los conflictos armados tienen un impacto devastador sobre la población civil, la infraestructura esencial y el acceso a los servicios básicos. En esa misma línea, el pasado 3 de junio del presente año, el Perú reafirmó su compromiso con la acción humanitaria y la promoción del DI al adherirse a la iniciativa global para impulsar el compromiso político con el derecho internacional humanitario. Nos honra además haber aceptado el reto de presidir la línea de trabajo número 2 sobre las comisiones nacionales de derecho internacional humanitario junto con Alemania, Filipinas y el Reino Unido. A través de esta labor aspiramos a fortalecer los marcos institucionales que permiten a los Estados traducir sus obligaciones internacionales en acciones concretas a nivel nacional. Colegas de la Unión Interparlamentaria, deseo destacar que el Perú también ha suscrito la Declaración sobre la protección del personal humanitario, reconociendo la necesidad de salvaguardar a quienes con coraje y compromiso arriesgan sus vidas para asistir a las víctimas de los conflictos, muchas veces en condiciones extremas y peligrosas. Los parlamentos tenemos un rol esencial en esta agenda, no solo como actores normativos y fiscalizadores, sino como promotores de una cultura de paz, legalidad y respeto a la dignidad humana. En tiempos de crisis, la acción humanitaria debe ir acompañada de voluntad política, cooperación internacional y firme compromiso con los principios de derecho internacional humanitario. Desde el Congreso de la República del Perú, reiteramos nuestra voluntad de seguir trabajando en conjunto con los parlamentos del mundo, con la OIP y con los organismos especializados para fortalecer la arquitectura humanitaria internacional, proteger a las poblaciones más vulnerables y avanzar hacia un mundo donde el respeto a las normas humanitarias sea la excepción, no sea la excepción, sino la regla. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, United Kingdom. Oh, no? There's somebody else? No?
Dear colleagues, at this time of multiplying international crises, it's never been more urgent to reaffirm our commitment to humanitarianism, a principle enshrined in international humanitarian law, and a principle which should never be an optional extra, because it is the foundation of peace and dignity in international relations. The deliberate targeting of civilians, therefore, the obstruction of humanitarian aid, the erosion of humanitarian law that we're witnessing in too many conflicts today are completely unacceptable. I strongly believe that parliaments have a vital role to play in upholding these principles. We're not only the lawmakers within our own national systems of government, but we are also guardians of accountability. We scrutinise governments to ensure they uphold their obligations, allocate resources for humanitarian assistance, and remain true to the international rules-based order. Through the Inter-parliamentary Union, our parliaments stand together to reinforce these commitments across borders. The IPU has consistently approached humanitarian issues through the lens of human security. This recognises that the protection of people is as important as the security of states. And in today's world, the greatest threats to security often come not from traditional military conflict, but from attacks on civilians, displacement, climate-related disasters, and the silencing of democratic voices. Human security means recognizing that peace is only sustainable when the rights, safety, and dignity of individuals are protected. The IPU has built mechanisms to make this a reality. The Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians is a unique forum that defends our colleagues worldwide when they faced harassment, imprisonment, or worse. Protecting parliamentarians is vital because attacks on them are so often the first sign of a wider erosion of rights and freedoms in society. Similarly, the Committee on Respect for International Humanitarian Law allows our parliaments to call out violations, monitor compliance, and encourage accountability. And by maintaining these mechanisms, the IPU gives our collective commitment real substance. The UK Parliament is proud to contribute to and support the work of both these committees. The current global context could not be more challenging. From the war in Ukraine to the suffering in Gaza and Sudan, from the crisis in Myanmar to the devastating floods, droughts, and earthquakes intensified by climate change, civilians are bearing the brunt of violence and upheaval. We're witnessing record levels of displacement, with more people than ever before forced from their homes. From a UK parliamentary perspective, we recognise both the responsibilities and the challenges. The UK Parliament plays its part in holding government to account on aid budgets, on foreign policy, ensuring that humanitarian priorities are not forgotten even in times of fiscal pressure. Across our political spectrum, there remains strong consensus on defending humanitarian values and supporting international humanitarian action. Through the British group of the IPU, our members in the Houses of Commons and Lords regularly engage directly with counterparts across the world, building understanding and solidarity and reinforcing the importance of humanitarian norms through parliamentary diplomacy. But, my friends, we cannot act alone, and that's why I want to end with a call to action. Every parliament represented here today has a duty to strengthen oversight of their government's compliance with humanitarian obligations. We must collectively defend humanitarianism, ensure that aid reaches those most in need, and demand accountability where rules are broken. We must reinforce funding, coordination, and political will for humanitarian action. And through the IPU, we need to amplify the voice of parliaments in support of the United Nations, ensuring that together we can sustain a truly global humanitarian response. My friends, upholding humanitarian values is not a matter of choice. It is a duty that flows from our shared humanity. Madam President, the United Kingdom Parliament is committed to working with all of you through the IPU and in partnership with the UN to protect civilians, to uphold humanitarian law, and to ensure that in times of crisis, our collective humanity always comes first.
Thank you very much, United Kingdom. I'm now calling Burkina Faso, but before my honorable member, before you take your platform, I would like to now introduce Madame Sahiba Gafarova, the Speaker of Azerbaijan, and I'm handing you over to her now, and I'm sure you will be as disciplined as you have been. Over to you, Madam.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. It's okay? Yes. Burkina Faso is here. Burkina Faso, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Madame la vice-présidente de l'UIP, Monsieur le secrétaire général de l'UIP, Mesdames et Messieurs les présidents de Parlement et représentants de Parlement, honorables membres de l'UIP, je voudrais, au nom du président de l'Assemblée législative de transition du Burkina Faso, le Dr Ousmane Bougouma, et au mien propre, je voudrais, au nom du président de l'Assemblée législative de transition du Burkina Faso, de Dr Ousmane Bougouma, et au mien propre, traduire la grande disponibilité et l'engagement de la présidente du Parlement en faveur de la promotion de la paix, de la stabilité et du progrès à l'échelle du monde entier et de la région du Sahel en particulier. Chers participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, le thème de notre rencontre intitulé « Veiller au respect des normes humanitaires et soutenir l'action humanitaire en période de crise » mérite toute notre attention. Dans notre pays, le Burkina Faso, et plus largement dans la région du Sahel, les attaques terroristes, la criminalité transfrontalière et les déplacements massifs de population ont dévasté les services sociaux de base et accentué la précarité des communautés déjà vulnérables. Face à ces défis, l'action humanitaire devient un pilier essentiel de la résilience nationale. Elle incarne un espoir tangible, mais aussi un devoir moral. C'est pourquoi je tiens à saluer le courage exemplaire des acteurs humanitaires, qu'ils soient sahéliens ou internationaux, qui, souvent, au péril de leur vie, interviennent sur le terrain pour apporter une aide indispensable aux populations en détresse. Leur engagement, leur dévouement sans faille incarnent le meilleur de l'humanité. Les conventions de Genève et leurs protocoles additionnels sont clairs. Elles énoncent des règles impératives pour protéger la vie, la dignité humaine et les droits fondamentaux en période de crise. Pour le Burkina Faso, leur respect ne constitue pas seulement un engagement international, mais également un fondement profond de notre culture nationale. Nous sommes un peuple profondément ancré dans les valeurs de solidarité, de dialogue et de respect pour la vie humaine. Néanmoins, nous déplorons que ces principes, au lieu de renforcer la coopération internationale, aient parfois été manipulés à des fins politiques, souvent au détriment des populations les plus vulnérables. Le respect de ces règles ne devrait pas dépendre des intérêts géopolitiques des grandes puissances, mais de notre humanité commune. C'est pourquoi, en réponse à ces défis, le Burkina Faso a mis en place plusieurs réformes pour encadrer l'action humanitaire et instaurer un cadre de collaboration constructif avec les acteurs humanitaires. Ces réformes visent à garantir une intervention humanitaire qui soit centrée sur l'être humain, dans le respect des principes fondamentaux de dignité et de solidarité, tout en poursuivant le dialogue avec les organisations internationales, les partenaires engagés et les associations locales, pour veiller à ce que les actions humanitaires respectent les priorités et les orientations définies par l'État burkinabé. Veiller au respect des normes humanitaires, c'est avant tout préserver notre humanité commune. Soutenir l'action humanitaire, c'est investir dans la paix, la stabilité et le développement durable. Face aux défis actuels, il est impératif que nous unissions nos forces, nos ressources et nos engagements pour bâtir un avenir où la dignité humaine prime sur la violence et où la solidarité triomphe sur l'indifférence. Enfin, je vous exhorte, au nom du président de l'Assemblée législative de transition du Burkina Faso, à porter la voix des pays du Sahel dans vos échanges et à solliciter auprès de vos gouvernements respectifs un soutien plus marqué à nos efforts collectifs en faveur de la paix et de la sécurité dans nos pays. Au-delà des frontières, au-delà des différences politiques et idéologiques, il est une chose qui nous unit, notre humanité. Ensemble, c'est dans cette union que nous trouvons la force de défendre, préserver et transmettre ces valeurs essentielles. Vive l'UIP, vive l'action humanitaire, je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now the floor is given to Croatia, followed by Afghanistan.
Dear parliamentarians, dear colleagues, today we gather at a time when the world is faced with the challenges that test our values, our abilities, and above all, our humanity. We can say that we live in dangerous and dark times when numbers of armed conflicts around us is growing by the day. In light of recent global and local crises and wars, it is essential to remind ourselves of a fundamental responsibility we all share: upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action during times when people are most vulnerable. Today, we have gathered in Geneva, where most of international humanitarian law was agreed upon. Geneva Convention from 1949 are still the main pillars of international humanitarian law. Humanitarian norms are not just abstract values on paper, they are foundation of every response to humanitarian crisis. The basic principles that ensure that even in dark times, we do not lose sight of dignity of every human being. These norms include neutrality, impartiality, independence, and safety. Humanitarian workers are beacons of hope in the darkest of times. Although many people work in the background, they are the ones providing basic needs: food, water, medicine, shelter. Most importantly, they restore people's faith in the future. This is why it's our responsibility to support these initiatives and create an environment that enables humanitarian organizations to act without obstruction, even in the most difficult war situation. Croatia has also experienced these dark times In those days, during our homeland war, when we were the recipients of the humanitarian help from the humanitarian workers, therefore, we value their work even more than those who didn't have to go through war. When we speak of supporting humanitarian actions, we must remember that humanitarian aid is not merely the delivery of food or medicine. It is supporting people in rebuilding their lives, restoring their dreams, and reconnecting communities. Together with humanitarian workers, we all bear the responsibility to provide help, whether through donation, volunteering, raising awareness, or advocating for political actors to respect humanitarian principles. The catastrophe of Gaza is just one example of what can happen when no humanitarian norms are being respected. In crises such as wars, natural disasters, or mass migration, there are also other challenges. Each of these situations carries specific obstacles, but they all share one thing: human suffering caused by the loss of basic human rights and dignity. In those moments, we must ensure that aid reaches all those in need, without discrimination. However, supporting humanitarian actions is not only something we can watch from sidelines. We are all called to make difference, whether it's through small gestures or large international initiatives. Our impact matters. Our ability to contribute to human dignity is crucial. We must never forget that while crises are caused by humans, it's all of us who are responsible for how we respond to those crises. Today, we have the opportunity to extend our hand of solidarity, to call for united support for those in need, to advocate for greater access to humanitarian assistance, and to insist on respect of humanitarian rights by all actors in crisis. Finally, it is important to understand that humanitarian aid is not just about survival, but also about rebuilding. Every crisis is an opportunity for renewal, for restoring hope, for rebuilding community, and for laying the foundation for a better future. Together, we can create a world in which humanitarian norms are not just ideals, but daily reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now the floor is given to Afghanistan, following by France.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. به نام خداوند یکتا توانا و دادگر. رئیس محترم مجلس، نمایندگان گرامی کشورهای عضو، خانم‌ها و آقایان محترم، السلام علیکم و رحمت الله و برکاته. در آغاز به نمایندگی از مردم شریف رنجیده و در حین حال استوار افغانستان مراتب احترام عمیق خود را به محضر شما ابراز می‌دارم و دولت میزبان و رهبری اتحادیه بین المجالس به خاطر برگزاری شایسته این نشست جهانی و میزبانی گرمشان صمیمانه قدردانی می‌نمایم. امروز در این تریبیون جهانی سخن می‌گویم تا صدای ملتی را بازتاب دهم که در یکی از دشوارترین و اساس‌ترین مقاطع تاریخ معاصر خود قرار دارد. ملتی که علیرغم همه مصائب هنوز امید به عدالت، صلح و کرامت انسانی را از دست نداده است. نخست اجازه دهید به فاجعه انسانی ناشی از زلزله‌های اخیر در ولایات شرقی کشور اشاره کنم. فاجعه‌ای که هزاران هموطن ما را به کام مرگ فرو برد و هزاران خانواده را بی خانمان ساخت. از همه کشورها و نهادهایی که در این روزهای تلخ با مردم افغانستان همدردی کردند و کمک‌های بشردوستانه ارسال نمودند صمیمانه سپاسگزارم. و به ضرورت تداوم این حمایت‌ها تاکید می‌ورزم. 2. از 6 ماه گذشته بدین سو نقص قلمرو و حاکمیت ملی کشور ما افغانستان توسط طیاره‌های پاکستان و از کشورهای قطر، ایران، فلسطین و یمن توسط رژیم اسرائیل را شدیداً محکوم می‌دارم. ثانیاً از رهبری کشورهای اسلامی قطر و جمهوری ترکیه که با درمیانی مذاکرات پایان جنگ و آتشبس فوری اخیر میان افغانستان و پاکستان را به انجام رساندن سپاسگزاری می‌نمایم. قابل یادآوری است که بمباردمان اخیر طیاره‌های پاکستان موجب شهادت شماری از هموطنان ملکی و بیگناه ما شد که این خود نقض آشکار تمام قوانین ملی و بین‌المللی و حقوق بشری است. 3. بحران مهاجرت است. در ماه‌های گذشته صدها هزار مهاجر افغان به صورت اجباری از کشورهای همسایه به ویژه پاکستان و ایران بازگردانده شدند. این بازگشت اجباری در شرایط رخ داده است که افغانستان با کمبود شدید زیرساخت‌ها، بیکاری گسترده و نبود خدمات ابتدایی روبرو است. این وضعیت به یکی از بزرگترین بحران‌های انسانی در منطقه بدل شده است. ما از کشورهای عضو IPU می‌خواهیم تا از طریق همکاری‌های بشردوستانه و فشار دیپلماتیک زمینه رفتار انسانی‌تر و بازگشت داوطلبانه و امن مهاجرین را فراهم سازند. 4. وضعیت زنان و دختران افغانستان است. نیم از جامعه ما امروز از حق آموزش، اشتغال، مشارکت اجتماعی و حضور در عرصه‌های سیاسی محرومند. این محدودیت‌ها نه تنها خلاف اصول بنیادین حقوق بشر بلکه در تضاد آشکار با تعهدات بین‌المللی و سنت‌های اصیل اسلامی عدالت محور است. ما باور داریم که جامعه‌ای که زنان در آن خاموش ساخته شود آینده روشن نخواهد داشت. 5. بحران اقتصاد و فقر گسترده بعد از فروپاشی ساختار جمهوریت و روی کار آمدن امارت طالبان اقتصاد کشور به شدت آسیب دیده است. بیکاری جوانان، توقف فعالیت‌های تولیدی، مسدود ماندن نظام بانکی و قطع کمک‌های توسعه‌ای میلیون‌ها خانواده را در مرز گرسنگی قرار داده است. 6. مسئله صلح و آینده سیاسی کشور. صلح پایدار زمان تحقق می‌یابد که هم اقوام، اقشار و گروه‌های سیاسی و مدنی افغانستان بدون تبعیض در تصمیم‌گیری‌های ملی سهم داشته باشند. انحصار قدرت و حزب صداهای متفاوت نه تنها ثبات نمی‌آورد بلکه بذر نارضایتی و بحران‌های تازه می‌کارد. ما بر ضرورت گفتگوی ملی، ایجاد ساختار مشروع سیاسی و برگزاری انتخابات شفاف و فراگیر تاکید داریم. نمایندگان محترم، افغانستان نباید به حاشیه فراموشی رانده شود. مردم ما سزاوار آینده بهترند. آینده مبتنی بر آموزش، برابری، عدالت و صلح پایدار. از جامعه جهانی می‌خواهیم که حمایت خود را نه در شعار بلکه در عمل نشان دهد. با پشتیبانی از مردم افغانستان اجازه دهید با این جمله سخنانم را به پایان برسانم. افغانستان هنوز ایستاده است با ایمان مردمش، با امید مادرانش و با اراده جوانانی که هنوز باور دارند عدالت میکنند. از توجه همدلی و تعهد شما نسبت به مردم افغانستان صمیمانه سپاسگزارم. تشکر.
Dear participants, now the floor is given to France, following by Japan.
Madame la Présidente, mes chers collègues, alors que le financement de l'aide humanitaire dans le monde est remis en cause et que les conflits et les crises se multiplient, il est indispensable de réactiver l'engagement politique des États en faveur de l'action humanitaire et du droit humanitaire international. En France, cet engagement prend la forme d'une stratégie humanitaire pluriannuelle. Pour la période 2023-2027, elle se donne comme premier objectif la défense du droit humanitaire international et des principes de l'action humanitaire. Ces principes, chers collègues, sont aujourd'hui bafoués par des États qui, dans le cadre de conflits, n'hésitent pas à cibler des populations civiles et des travailleurs humanitaires. Ce droit humanitaire est également attaqué de toutes parts, notamment par des coupes budgétaires, qui représentent près de 40% des budgets actuels de ces organisations onusiennes. La France est attachée aux conventions de Genève et nous défendons avec force et avec sincérité l'application du droit humanitaire international, y compris dans des domaines nouveaux comme le cyberespace. En septembre 2024, nous sommes allés et nous sommes associés avec l'Afrique du Sud, avec le Brésil, avec la Chine, avec la Jordanie et le Kazakhstan, en coopération avec le Comité international de la Croix-Rouge pour lancer une initiative mondiale visant à revitaliser l'engagement politique en faveur du droit humanitaire international. Dans sa stratégie, la France fixe une autre priorité, celle de l'adaptation de l'action humanitaire aux enjeux priorités du monde actuel. Il s'agit notamment de mieux intégrer la dimension climatique et environnementale, notamment en améliorant l'anticipation et la capacité de réponse aux urgences. Il s'agit également de mieux prendre en compte les droits des femmes et des filles dans la réponse humanitaire aux crises, en lien avec la diplomatie féministe dont la France s'est dotée. Enfin, la stratégie humanitaire française est assortie d'engagements financiers qui permettent à notre pays d'apporter une aide humanitaire aux populations affectées par ces crises, en particulier au Moyen-Orient, mais aussi en Afrique, en Haïti, en Birmanie et en Afghanistan, que ce soit de manière bilatérale ou par la voie du multilatéral. Depuis le 7 octobre 2023, la France s'est mobilisée en faveur de la population gazaoui, en soutenant l'ONU et ses agences, ainsi que les ONG humanitaires, mais aussi en acheminant directement de l'aide par voie terrestre, maritime ou aérienne, en coopération avec la Jordanie et le Qatar, que nous remercions à nouveau. Mais cela reste bien sûr insuffisant. Il faut maintenant exiger l'accès immédiat, massif et sans entrave de l'aide humanitaire bloquée au point de passage. La souffrance de la population civile n'a que trop duré. La France apporte également son soutien humanitaire à l'Ukraine, qui subit depuis maintenant 4 ans l'acharnement aveugle de la Russie dans une guerre destructrice qui n'épargne ni les civils ni les infrastructures publiques comme les hôpitaux ou les écoles. Plus de 10 millions de personnes ont dû quitter leur logement et de retrouver refuge ailleurs. Dans le même temps, plus de 40% de la population ukrainienne a besoin d'aide humanitaire. Mais l'action humanitaire, si elle est indispensable, elle ne suffit pas. Elle doit aller de pair avec une volonté politique de résoudre les conflits en cours et prévenir ceux qui pourraient advenir. L'Union interparlementaire, chers collègues, y apporte sa contribution et je forme le souhait aujourd'hui devant vous que tous les parlementaires qui prennent part à nos assemblées s'engagent réellement et surtout sincèrement en faveur de la paix et unissent leurs efforts pour y parvenir. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Dear participants, the floor is given to Japan, following by Mozambique.
Madam President, and my parliamentarian colleagues from around the world. I am Fuji Kazuhiro, head of the Japanese delegation and a member of the House of Councillors of the National Diet of Japan. Today, I will address the extremely important subject of international humanitarian norms and will comment on Japan's position on this matter. First of all, Japan welcomed the first phase agreement that reached by concerned parties based on the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict on October 8, 2025. This agreement represents a significant step toward calming the situation and achieving a two-state solution. In this context, I'd like to express our respect for tireless effort of mediating countries such as United States, Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey, and urge all parties concerned to implement the agreement in good faith and in a steady manner. In the Gaza Strip to date, the precious lives of numerous people including civilians, have been lost. And the dire conditions of this humanitarian crisis cannot be overlooked. Many civilians have been sacrificed in Ukraine as well. And this tragic situation must be brought to an end without delay. Faced with this reality, we must rise above mere criticism. In particular, we must not, under any condition, compromise on stick to adherence to the principle of distinction, precaution, and proportionality, as well as the human and military necessities that are enshrined in international humanitarian law to protect human dignity in times of war. Japan is a signatory to the Geneva Conventions, as well as additional protocols, and has been deeply involved in supporting and implementing international humanitarian law. Both as a nation and as individual citizens, we Japanese deeply cognizant of the destruction and the tragedy brought by war. It was in August 80 years ago that Japan suffered the world's first nuclear attacks in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Tens of thousands of lives were lost in a flash. Those who survived suffered the effect of exposure, radiation exposure, for decades after that. It is because our nation experienced this calamity that we believe it is our responsibility to impress upon the international community that war never be repeated and reminds the world of the inhumanity of nuclear weapons. Political position may differ from country to country. However, the ethical and legal principle of protecting human life and dignity are universal values that all nations must share. Value human life is my basic tenet. I first aspired to become a politician with a belief that politics is about ensuring the safety and the security of people. I have continued throughout my career to work toward achieving this goal. Dear colleagues, our parliaments are the last bastion of peace. In closing, I wish to emphasize this. As parliamentarians, we must reaffirm the importance of the international humanitarian law and urge our government to uphold its principles. And as a parliamentarian, each one of us has a solemn responsibility to work with our people toward entire this world peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Mozambique, followed by Serbia.
Senhora Presidente, Senhor Secretário-Geral, Excelências, é com grande honra que, em nome de Sua Excelência, Margarida da Mugita Lapa, Presidente da Assembleia da República de Moçambique, me dirijo a esta augusta Assembleia para falar sobre o nosso tema, respeitando as normas humanitárias e apoiando a ação humanitária em tempos de crise. O tema é pertinente porque o nosso tempo é tempo de crise humanitária e cada crise tem a face do sofrimento humano. O deslocamento massivo de civis das regiões de origem para outras regiões desconhecidas traduz-se na perda de lares, na ruptura de laços sociais e na extrema vulnerabilidade das populações. Em muitos casos, a deslocação massiva das populações resulta também numa pressão enorme sobre os países vizinhos que já enfrentam os seus próprios desafios internos de desenvolvimento e de estabilidade. Conflitos armados, desastres naturais, como terremotos, inundações, secas, tsunamis e furacões, são a causa fundamental das crises humanitárias que hoje enfrentamos. Nos 50 anos da nossa independência, temos conhecido crises humanitárias que vão ciclicamente de agressão externa, destabilização, às calamidades naturais e ao terrorismo. Como exemplo, no presente momento, no nosso país, em alguns distritos da província de Cabo Delgado, vivemos há cerca de 8 anos ações de terrorismo e extremismo violento que têm sido a causa de um grande número de mortes e deslocados internos, a maioria deles mulheres e crianças. As secas, as cheias, os ciclones tornaram-se mais frequentes e são uma preocupação agravada para o nosso país. É neste contexto que, numa clara demonstração de compromisso e responsabilidade, o governo de Moçambique tem tido uma estreita colaboração com outros Estados, com as Nações Unidas e com outras organizações não governamentais, com vista a debelar o desafio da crise humanitária. Senhora Presidente, nós, como legisladores, temos a nossa cota de responsabilidade no processo de criação do mundo melhor, livre de crises humanitárias. Cabe-nos, em particular, o dever de traduzir a nossa vontade política numa decisão inabalável de promover a observância e o respeito pelo direito internacional humanitário. Cada um dos nossos países é encorajado a domesticar os princípios e normas do direito internacional humanitário e traduzi-los em políticas e leis nacionais para fortalecer a proteção humanitária. A diplomacia parlamentar pode alavancar a promoção dos valores do multilateralismo e da Carta das Nações Unidas. Podemos aprofundar o sentido de solidariedade e ampliar o âmbito de cooperação internacional para fazer face às crises humanitárias. Devemos assumir como nosso dever coletivo a proteção dos mais vulneráveis e garantir que as respostas humanitárias atendam às necessidades das populações deslocadas, mulheres e jovens em particular. Acreditamos que com a solidariedade, a cooperação e um compromisso renovado com os princípios de justiça e humanidade e resolução pacífica de conflitos, podemos superar as crises e construir um futuro mais pacífico e mais próspero, com menos crises humanitárias. E muito obrigado.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Serbia, followed by Libya.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, allow me to express my pleasure at the opportunity to deliver a speech on such a significant topic. All of us gathered here now that international humanitarian law represents not merely a legal instrument but also the moral compass of humanity. The protection of life, health, and more broadly, of the integrity of individuals, whether in the context of armed conflicts or natural disasters, must be an imperative for the actions of states within whose borders any form of suffering or hardship of the population occurs, as well as for the entire global community. The world is globally interconnected and globally vulnerable. And this doesn't mean that it is vulnerable solely in the context of the risk of conflict spilling over or the emergence of problems that might locally threaten other nation states. We all know that a single local war can trigger food shortages on the other side of the world, and a single natural disaster can cause the migrations of millions of people. However, that is not the only aspect of vulnerability I am referring to. Its very essence is fragile. The essence of a world in which global interconnectedness doesn't mean merely easier access from one end to the other, nor simply easier linking of people, ideas, and information. The globalization of the world has made us powerful, more powerful than ever before in the history of humankind. And yet, such power has also made us more vulnerable than ever. I am confident that each of you gathered here today shares with me the same sense of sorrow whenever you witness human suffering or any continent. That is why it is important that today here we are all united in the same efforts to be at least part of the solution to a problem far greater than the individual parliaments and states we represent. Resolving such a problem requires nothing less than our unity despite all our individual differences. Esteemed colleagues, I address you today as Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia, and also as one of you who wishes and is convinced that together we can serve as a reminder of what diplomacy truly is, an act of responsibility towards humanity. Respect for humanitarian law depends not only on states, courts, and government, but also on their parliaments, because parliaments are institutions that represent the voice of the people and act as guardians of the rule of law. For more than a century, the IPU has consistently reminded us that respect for international humanitarian law is not a choice, but an obligation for all of us. According to the United Nations Global Humanitarian Overview, by the end of May 2025, nearly 300 million people worldwide were in need of humanitarian assistance and protection. Multiple crises have been marked by systematic violations of international humanitarian law, including those with a catastrophic consequence for civilians. During the same period, approximately 295 million people face acute food insecurity. Sexual violence, particularly against women and girls, was extremely widespread, and there was also an increase in the number of children affected by armed conflict. Furthermore, attacks on healthcare facilities affected vital care for millions of people during the first month of 2025. Finally, in light of the climate change we were all witnessing, 2024 has proven to be the hottest year on record. In a world faced with such complex crises, no national parliament can act in isolation. Multilateral cooperation is of crucial importance, as it represents not only the scope of our joint activism, but also a test of our shared humanity. Esteemed colleagues, respect for humanitarian law is not merely a matter of legal norms, although these norms constitute the essential mechanism through which we can curb, contain, and overcome such adversities. We have a moral duty through our engagement, words, and action to be the voice of those who at this moment cannot or dare not speak, for all those who suffer and perish, or live with the consequences of our collective actions or inactions. I believe the most important action in that which we as representatives of our respective national parliaments can assure ourselves to serve as a reminder that it is respect for human dignity that is the foundation of every civil state and of responsible international order. A global world brings global responsibilities. The first of these is to understand, in solidarity and unity, that the suffering or hardship of each individual is also the pain and concern of all of us, and that part of the solution lies in our hands.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Libya, following by Greece.
السيدة الرئيسة، أصحاب السعادة، رؤساء الوفود، الزملاء النواب، تواجه الإنسانية اليوم مرحلة دقيقة تتزايد فيها النزاعات المسلحة وتنتهك فيها القواعد التي أرساها القانون الدولي الإنساني لحماية الإنسان في أوقات الحرب. فالعالم يشهد اليوم تصاعداً غير مسبوق في عدد الصراعات المسلحة الممتدة عبر أكثر من 30 دولة، وهو المستوى الأعلى منذ نهاية الحرب العالمية الثانية، مخلفاً ملايين المهجرين والنازحين الذين فقدوا الأمن والمأوى والكرامة. لقد شرعت اتفاقية جنيف عام 1949 لتكن درعاً واقياً للإنسانية، غير أن ما نشهده اليوم من استهداف للمستشفيات والعاملين في الإغاثة والمدنيين والأبرياء يضعنا أمام مسؤولية أخلاقية وسياسية جسيمة لإعادة الاعتبار لتلك المبادئ وضمان احترامها وتنفيذها دون استثناء. ومن هذا المنبر تؤكد دولة ليبيا أن احترام القانون الدولي الإنساني ليس خياراً سياسياً، بل هو التزام قانوني وإنساني وأخلاقي على جميع الدول. كما نؤكد على أهمية تعزيز التعاون متعدد الأطراف لدعم العمل الإنساني وحماية القائمين عليه، وضمان وصول المساعدات إلى مستحقيها بعيداً عن أي تسييس أو تمييز. إن الأزمات الإنسانية لا تنشأ في الفراغ، بل تتغذى على غياب التنمية وتفاقم الفقر وانتشار التطرف وتراجع العدالة الاجتماعية. ومن هنا تدعو ليبيا إلى نهج شامل ومتكامل يربط بين التنمية والسلام والعدالة كمنظومة واحدة تعزز الاستقرار الإنساني. وفي هذا السياق لا يمكن الحديث عن قيم الإنسانية دون التوقف أمام المأساة التي يعيشها الشعب الفلسطيني تحت الاحتلال الإسرائيلي، وأيضاً ما تعيشه السودان وأوكرانيا. فما يتعرض له المدنيون من قتل وتجويع وتهجير ممنهج هو جرح مفتوح في ضمير الإنسانية وانتهاك صارخ لكل القوانين الدولية. إننا نطالب المجتمع الدولي بتحمل مسؤولياته ووقف سياسة الكيل بمكيالين، واتخاذ خطوات عملية تكفل حماية المدنيين وضمان حق هذه الشعوب في الحرية والاستقلال. السيدات والسادة، إن البرلمانات تتحمل اليوم مسؤولية محورية في إحياء القيم الإنسانية من خلال أدوارها التشريعية والرقابية وتعزيزها للتعاون البرلماني الدولي. فالعمل الإنساني لا يزدهر إلا في مناخ من التضامن، ولا يصان إلا بالضمير الحي والقيادة الأخلاقية. تجدد بلدي ليبيا رغم كل التحديات التي تمر بها ورغم كل المعاناة التي تعرضت لها بعد تخليها عن برنامجها النووي طوعاً، التزامها الكامل بكل المبادرات الرامية إلى تعزيز احترام القانون الدولي الإنساني وبناء عالم أكثر عدلاً وإنصافاً تصان فيه كرامة الإنسان أينما كان. وفي هذا الإطار لقد عمل مجلس النواب الليبي على استراتيجية وطنية لحوكمة ملف الهجرة والنزوح وفق إطار أطر إنسانية وتنموية، واليوم نطلب دعمكم والتعاون معنا. ونتج عن هذه الاستراتيجية المرصد الليبي للهجرة، وهذا يأتي ضمن إطار الدبلوماسية البرلمانية والتضامنية مع الظروف الإنسانية التي يعاني منها أبناء قارتنا الحبيبة أفريقيا. وفي الختام لا يسعني إلا أن أؤكد على أن الإنسانية وكرامة الإنسان أولوية تتطلب منا بذل المزيد من الجهود والتضافر لتحقيق الغاية المرجوة منها. وشكرا لحسن استماعكم. تحياتي.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Greece, following by Sri Lanka.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues. Our world faces one of the most severe humanitarian challenges. Over 120 armed conflicts are active worldwide, displacing more than 122 million people and leaving 310 million in need of urgent humanitarian assistance. Yet the world's attention is only limited to a few, 2, 3, or perhaps 5 conflicts that dominate the headlines of the global media. Our people ignore the drama that the rest of the world faces. The silent suffering of millions of people elsewhere remains as unseen. In some countries, people live in prosperity. In others, they simply strive to live. In the face of this unjust and fragile reality, we parliamentarians must act. The Geneva Conventions, the additional protocols, and the Convention of the Rights of the Child are not just aspirational texts. They are binding treaties, and most of them are jus cogens, reflecting universally binding principles of international law. UN Security Council resolutions that condemn unlawful attacks, grave breaches of international humanitarian law, and the war crimes are equally binding. Moreover, numerous UN General Assembly and IPU resolutions guide us toward the collective action we must take in response to such violations of the UN charters and our own resolutions and our global laws. Greece, my country, as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, stands firmly for the implementation of public international, including humanitarian law, and for the pursuit of a just society. Greece is also ready to actively participate in the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. But this is not only the UN and the intergovernmental organizations to take action. It is also us, our assembly, under the IPU, representing the entire political spectrum in our countries, not only the majority, but the whole of our populations. Our voice, when united, carries immense power. If we all call together for the end of the atrocities and the violations of humanitarian law, we will be heard. We must employ the means of preventive diplomacy, deploy fast-facting missions, and use our national parliamentary platforms to call for ceasefire and dialogue. By joint actions, we could have results. We are the guardians of our nation's legal orders and the guarantors of their alignment with international obligations. Let's ratify the humanitarian agreements if some of us have not ratified them yet. Let's exercise parliamentary oversight to ensure that our governments do respect these international instruments in practice. Let's advocate for accountability mechanisms, peace and nation-building action, and the protection of humanitarian access. For the 21st century, we have the political means and the collective intelligence to end atrocities, to stop conflicts, and to restore peace, democracy, and prosperity for our people. At the same time, we must bridge the humanitarian and environmental agendas. Let's also promote innovative financial mechanisms, such as the climate humanitarian bonds, resilient funds, and more private-public partnerships. The humanitarian funding gap remains vast. Over $56 billion is required annually, yet less than half is currently secured. The climate finance gap exceeds $6 billion per year if we are able to reach net zero by 2030. We must also mobilize at least $15 billion per year for ocean action to restore our seas. Let's save our people from the humanitarian, environmental, and climate crisis that can all of them be equally fierce due to droughts, wildfires and floods, and other extreme weather events that intensify displacement and conflict, testing the limits of humanitarian response and food security. Our legislative frameworks must therefore integrate environmental protection, disaster risk reduction, and human security goals. Dear colleagues, we are part of the Inter-parliamentary Union, the world's most inclusive multilateral forum, uniting more than 46,000 parliamentarians from 180 national parliaments, representing more than 8 million people. We are the global political community that can save the course of history. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is given to Sri Lanka, following by Finland.
Honorable President of the Assembly, honorable members of Parliament, let me elaborate on my speech on the topic of upholding humanitarian norms and supporting humanitarian action in times of crisis. According to the United Nations, the main fundamentals of humanitarian actions are neutrality, impartiality, humanity, and independence. Humanitarian action plays a critical role in crisis because it involves life-saving assistance, protecting human dignity and rights, distributing food, shelter, and health services, as well as supporting long-term development initiatives to help communities rebuild and become more resilient future challenges. We all know that, especially when a crisis occurs in a developing country, both national and international humanitarian action play a critical role. International humanitarian action as a cornerstone of global crisis response brings together coordinated effort by governments, international organizations, non-governmental organizations, and communities to provide vital assistance to population affected by conflicts, natural disasters, health emergencies, and other humanitarian challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, moving from the general topic specific, now I would like to draw your attention to the experience of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka's history provides clear examples of why humanitarian norms and actions are so vital. Over the decades, our country has faced crises from conflict, natural disasters, health emergencies, and economic shocks. In 2004, for the first time, we faced a tsunami. It was the worst natural disaster in Sri Lanka's history. Around 35,000 people died and went missing. 110,000 people were damaged, houses damaged. The government, together with international and non-governmental organizations, as well as local communities, supported and provided humanitarian assistance. The tsunami was a tragic event, but it also taught us an important lesson. We need to better prepared for humanitarian action in the face of natural disasters. Sri Lanka's civil war, which lasted nearly 3 decades from 1983 until 2009, between the government of Sri Lanka and the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam LTTE, was another defining humanitarian crisis. It caused large-scale displacement, loss of lives, and destruction of infrastructure. Most recently, the economic crisis of 2022 tested us in a new dimension. Shortage of fuel, medicine, and essential goods affected almost every household. By 2023, some stabilization was achieved through IMF debt restructuring, but many families continued to struggle, demonstration, and ongoing need for humanitarian action. Thus, in Sri Lanka, the government, international organizations, civil society groups, community and organization, ordinary citizens, all have contributed in different ways, implement humanitarian action across various crisis situations. Ladies and gentlemen, presently, we as the government of Sri Lanka are trying to move forward by achieving reconciliation among different ethnic communities. For the first time in history, our government has been elected by all the communities in the country. We have been voted by the Tamils in North as well. We have a great responsibility to fulfill our mandate. We have proactively taken steps to achieve reconciliation. Further, we have identified corruption and drug trafficking also as issues to be immediately addressed. With the primary focus of upholding rule of law, we are in a process of addressing these issues as well. It is important to highlight that in our experience, while immediate relief in such as food, shelter, clothing, clean water, and medical facilities as critical during crisis in especially essential address to the long-term needs to communities. To conclude my speech, I firmly believe that in diverse countries like Sri Lanka, we are bound to follow the UN fundamental rights of humanitarian actions. These principles are essential for us to achieve national goals, promote social welfare, uphold justice, and ensure prosperity for our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The floor is given to Finland, followed by Hungary.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather today to discuss how the international community can support those in need and uphold humanitarian norms, I want to emphasize one essential point. Respect for human dignity must always remain at the heart of our efforts. At the same time, we must ensure that our assistance is responsible and effective and leads lasting recovery, not to lasting dependency. The world faces increasingly complex crises, wars, violence, and political instability. In these circumstances, humanitarian aid is crucial. But for Finland, it is not merely an act of charity. It is both a moral and legal obligation grounded in the principles of humanity, impartiality, and independence. At the same time, we must remember that the true purpose of aid is to help people and communities stand on their own feet. Development cooperation should never be passive or maintain system on dependency. On the contrary, it should empower countries to build resilience, good governance, and economic self-resilience. That is why Finland's focus has been on education, employment, security, and the strengthening local communities. Upholding humanitarian norms also means protecting those who work on the front lines of crisis. The safety of humanitarian workers must be respected, and they must have unhindered access to those in need. Finland has consistently called for accountability for attacks against humanitarian personnel and for combating disinformation that undermines their work. In Finland, we know that the real security and the well-being are built in stability, work, and self-resilience. That is why we emphasize the so-called nexus approach, linking emergency relief to reconstruction and the long-term development. After crisis aid, we want the communities to be able to continue independently through education, work, and the local entrepreneurship. Many of today's crises are global in nature and affects us all. Pandemics, food insecurity, and migration do not respect borders. This is why Finland remains committed to responsibility international cooperation. But we must also ensure that every euro we invest in development cooperation produces real results. Aid must not be lost to corruption, bureaus, or projects that fail to move societies forward. Unfortunately, not all actors respect international law of humanitarian norms. Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine is a clear example of this. Daily attacks against civilians, critical infrastructure blatantly violate all humanitarian principles. This is something we cannot and will not accept. In time of crisis, humanitarian actions is not only about delivering aid, it is about defending the essence of humanity. When we protect civilians, uphold the rule of law, and to help communities regain their independence, we are building a more stable and just world. Let our message be clear. Helping is valuable when it strengthens responsibility and self-resilience. Together we can uphold humanitarian values, support those in need, and build a world where people can stand on their own feet, free from dependency and fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the floor is given to Hungary, followed by Spain.
Honorable Madam President, dear colleagues, a crisis is an escalating tense relationship between states or groups of states that stays below the level of armed conflict. It is a primarily fought for political, economic, social, and military gains. A crisis can also be deliberately provoked in order to deepen conflicts of interest. A crisis is a chain of diverse events that have emerged in society as a whole or in various areas of society and pose a threat to society and state security, which can no longer be addressed through conventional legal means. These definitions offer important learning points for legislators and political actors. First, crises are created by increasing tensions through various means and can be deliberately triggered. This statement reminds us of our political responsibility. Second, the emergence and deepening of a crisis requires the combined presence of a number of different factors. These characteristics tell us that effective help can only be provided at systemic level with a good understanding of the factors at play and the underlying reasons. Third, a deep crisis usually evolves when there is an unresolvable contradiction between two or more actors regarding the subject of the dispute, and the dispute involves interests that are existential or perceived to be such. This fact points to the importance of preventing diplomacy and the importance of the thorough and effective implementation of sustainable development goals. Fourth, when a crisis emerges, the parties do not have sufficient time to resolve the conflict, and efforts to manage or prevent the crisis fail. Thus, we must bear in mind that time is of essence in preventing and managing crises. The saying is indeed true: he who gains time gains life. We, as members of parliament who are involved in exercising one of the key forms of soft power, parliamentary diplomacy, have a key role to play in this. I consider the importance to note that, in view of the above, humanitarian aid cannot be provided according to present templates or under rigid frameworks. Just as every community need is different, so too are the countries providing assistance with different capabilities and opportunities. Please allow me to mention a few Hungarian best practices which emphasize the support women, children, and other vulnerable groups is not merely a humanitarian responsibility, but also a peacemaking task and a key prerequisite for lasting peace and regional stability. In addition to participating in peacekeeping and humanitarian operations and international aid programs, the Hungarian government has elected a unique focus for its international humanitarian and development assistance through the Hungary Helps program. Recognizing that many Christian communities around the world suffer from discrimination and even persecution, we focus our attention and resources on these communities. We do this not in an exclusionary or exclusive manner, but rather by focusing our limited resources to where they are needed most. In addition to our focus area, our international humanitarian and development cooperation also extends to other religious and non-religious groups. The essence of the Hungarian approach is that, first and foremost, we show solidarity and give attention to the community need, and secondly, we ask about what the local community considers important and necessary, and we help accordingly instead of imposing our own ideas on them. Since it launched in 2017, the Hungary Health Program has supported more than 450 humanitarian and rehabilitation projects in 64 countries. Practical experience has confirmed the correctness of our approach. Direct support for Christian communities and institutions is not only the most effective way to provide assistance, but also contributes to the promotion of peaceful coexistence among religions, the importance of which will be also highlighted today at 2 p.m. at the Interfaith Dialogue workshop. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now the floor is given to Spain, followed by Turkey.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Distinguidos delegados, garantizar el respeto de las normas humanitarias y apoyar la acción humanitaria en situaciones de crisis. Hay momentos en la historia en los que la humanidad se pone a prueba y no es en la prosperidad, sino en la crisis, donde demostramos quiénes somos realmente. Es un honor para España participar en este debate general dedicado a un tema que refleja la esencia misma de nuestra humanidad, la necesidad de garantizar el respeto del derecho internacional humanitario y de apoyar la acción humanitaria en tiempos de crisis. El turismo, el comercio o la cooperación internacional no pueden sostenerse sobre la base de la desigualdad o la injusticia. Del mismo modo, la seguridad, la paz y la solidaridad no pueden tampoco existir sin un compromiso firme con los principios humanitarios que nos unen. El derecho internacional humanitario no es un conjunto abstracto de normas no es un conjunto abstracto de normas, es la protección de la vida y la dignidad humana en los contextos más difíciles. Su cumplimiento es la línea que separa la civilización del caos y la barbarie. España reafirma su compromiso con los tratados y convenios internacionales y con el fortalecimiento de los mecanismos multilaterales que los hacen efectivos. En tiempos de crisis, mantener la integridad del derecho internacional humanitario no es opcional, es una obligación moral y política de todos los parlamentarios. En momentos de conflictos armados, desastres naturales o pandemias, los parlamentos tienen un papel central. Debemos garantizar que los principios humanitarios no se vean subordinados a intereses de seguridad o políticos a corto plazo. Por ello necesitamos legislar y supervisar activamente la acción humanitaria, asegurando que los recursos lleguen a quienes más lo necesitan, sin discriminación, retraso ni desviaciones. España ha trabajado activamente en esta línea, promoviendo auditorías independientes, evaluaciones de impacto y coordinación con organismos internacionales, asegurando que la solidaridad se traduzca en resultados concretos sobre el terreno. Además, los parlamentos deben prestar atención a los más vulnerables: mujeres, niñas, niños, mayores, personas con discapacidad, minorías étnicas y comunidades desplazadas. Las crisis afectan de una manera diferenciada y la respuesta humanitaria debe reflejar esa diversidad. Mi país apoya esos programas que combinan protección, educación y acceso a servicios esenciales, reconociendo que ninguna acción humanitaria es completa si deja atrás a los más expuestos. La inclusión no es un añadido, sino un principio fundamental del respeto a la dignidad humana. Vivimos en un mundo interconectado, donde las crisis ya no se limitan a una sola región. Conflictos prolongados, efectos del cambio climático, migraciones forzadas y pandemias crean desafíos complejos que requieren respuestas coordinadas y multidimensionadas. Los parlamentos pueden y deben actuar como catalizadores de esa coordinación, impulsando cooperación entre gobiernos, organismos internacionales, sociedad civil y sector privado. España apuesta por ese enfoque integral, donde la asistencia inmediata se combine con la prevención, la resiliencia y el desarrollo sostenible. Señoras y señores, la financiación humanitaria es otro pilar crítico. Frente a las presiones económicas y políticas que afronta el multilateralismo, los parlamentos deben garantizar que los fondos para la ayuda no se reduzcan ni se politicen. Cada euro, libra, dólar o franco destinado a asistencia salva vidas y protege la estabilidad social y económica de las comunidades afectadas. España ha defendido consistentemente esa prioridad, tanto en foros europeos como en organismos internacionales, y seguirá promoviendo mecanismos que aseguren transparencia, eficacia y continuidad en la financiación humanitaria, que es fundamental para que las organizaciones puedan seguir ejerciendo su encomiable labor. Finalmente, quiero subrayar que la acción humanitaria no se limita a la entrega de recursos, se trata también de proteger la dignidad, promover la inclusión, respetar la diversidad y garantizar la igualdad de oportunidades. Cada decisión parlamentaria que refuerza la protección de los más vulnerables, que fortalece la cooperación internacional y que respalda la integridad del derecho internacional humanitario, contribuye a construir un mundo más justo y seguro. España reafirma hoy su compromiso con esos principios y llama a todos los parlamentos aquí representados a unir esfuerzos. Porque en tiempos de crisis el verdadero liderazgo no se mide por la fuerza ni por la influencia, sino por la capacidad de proteger vidas, preservar la dignidad y garantizar que la acción humanitaria siga siendo efectiva, inclusiva y sostenible. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Turkey, followed by Lithuania.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, I stand before you today not only in my capacity as a parliamentarian, but also as a person with a disability to give voice for the millions of people with disabilities affected by the wars and conflicts around the world. My own experience gives me a deeper understanding of their struggle and a stronger sense of duty to make their voice heard. At the outset, I would like to recall the Charter of the United Nations, the cornerstone of our collective commitment to peace and humanity. It affirms the shared duty of all states to refrain from the use of force, to uphold international peace and security, and to respect and protect human rights as the foundation of a just international order. Member states have therefore pledged to act together not only for the security of their own peoples, but for the dignity, security, and well-being of all humankind. This shared responsibility calls upon every nation to translate word into action and to stand united in defense of human life and human dignity, wherever they are at risk. This moral and legal obligation is further reinforced by Common Article 1 of the Geneva Convention, which stipulates that states must both respect and ensure respect for international humanitarian law, even when a country is not party to a conflict. It bears responsibility for ensuring the protection of civilians, children, women, and humanitarian personnel. The UN Security Council has consistently reinforced this obligation, emphasizing that the impact of armed conflict on persons with disabilities must be prevented. Madam President, distinguished delegates, conflicts around the world today are testing the conscience of humanity and on a daily basis. Today, nearly 473 million children, 1 in every 5 worldwide, live in conflict zones. over 52 million children in conflict-affected countries are deprived of their right to education, while approximately 25 million children between the ages of 6 and 15 are out of school. The most devastating phase of this tragedy has unfolded in Gaza, with the end of hostilities, ensuring a permanent peace and a life worthy of human dignity is now a collective responsibility of humanity. Across Ukraine, Yemen, Sudan, Somalia, and Myanmar, the right to life of women and children continues to be directly threatened. Conflict, regardless of religion, ethnicity, or identity, always struck civilians the hardest. Madam President, distinguished delegates, the responsibility of the international community cannot and must not be limited to the delivery of humanitarian assistance. It must also include ensuring accountability, ending impunity, guaranteeing safe humanitarian access, and psychosocial support system for survivors. Turkey fulfills this responsibility not only through words, but through action. In Gaza, working in partnership with UNRWA, Turkey has delivered approximately 100,000 tons of humanitarian aid and 2,369 injured Palestinians have received medical treatment in Turkey. Across Africa, particularly in Sudan and Somalia, Turkey provides food medicine, firefighting equipment, infrastructure. The Turkish Sudanese Research and Training Hospital in Niala continues to serve. In Somalia, we provide crucial health service in Recep Tayyip Erdogan Research and Training Hospital. Through these efforts, Turkey acts not only as a provider of aid, but also as a diplomatic actor. Commitment to peace and reconciliation. May every word spoken here today reach a wanted children in Gaza. We hope to mother in Ukraine and bring comfort to those strangled to Syria and Yemen and Sudan. These are not distinct tragedies, they are a test of our shared humanitarian and of our collective conscience. Children are not only in a need or protection, they are at the future defenders of rights, the engineers, leaders, and partnership of tomorrow. As parliamentarians, we don't only have a moral duty to raise our voice for human dignity and for a future where every child can live, learn, and dream in peace, but also obligation as signatories to the UN Charter on the Rights of the Child, adopted by the UN General Assembly, standing that every child should be raised in the spirit of peace, dignity, tolerance, freedom, equality, and solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Lithuania, followed by Uruguay.
Madam President, Excellencies, speakers of parliaments, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I am glad to be able to address this important and relevant topic. Lithuania is seriously concerned by the growing number of violations of international humanitarian law. It's absolutely unacceptable that civilians, objects, humanitarian workers and journalists are increasingly being targeted, and that women and girls continue to suffer disproportionately in armed conflicts. Lithuania has been actively supporting measures to ensure accountability for the violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. International humanitarian law must be upheld. Humanitarian and medical workers must be protected. Also, adequate funding must be ensured for the humanitarian system. Lithuania is seriously concerned that the reduction in funding for international humanitarian organizations and foundations could significantly undermine the ability to respond to emergencies and effectively fulfill their mandates. The situation in Gaza has reached an unprecedented level of catastrophe, demanding our sustained attention. Lithuania urges all parties to comply with their obligations under international law. Urgent measures must be taken to address the devastating humanitarian situation, in particular the humanitarian food crisis. It is absolutely essential to ensure an impeded access and sustained delivery of humanitarian aid into and throughout Gaza. People in Lithuania remember the mass deportations of Lithuanian residents carried out by the Soviet Russia occupation regime between 1941 and 1952. During those years, hundreds of thousands of Lithuanians were deported. The brutal Soviet Russia terror was used to destroy our nation and its identity. Today, we are witnessing the same efforts in Ukraine. Russia has driven more than 1 million Ukrainian civilians from their homes and forcibly deported to the Russian territory or territories temporarily under Russia's control. In order to annihilate the Ukrainian identity and carry out forced assimilation of civilians. How our colleague Vasilenko from Ukraine said before, among those deported, there are thousands of children, with Russia violating the international law and the rights and freedoms of Ukrainian children enshrined in the United Nations Convention on the rights of the child and the Hague and the Geneva Conventions. Lithuania condemns the instrumentalization of migrants for political purpose carried out by the authorities of Belarus since 2021, and more recently by Russia. We are deeply concerned by this inhumane and unacceptable practice of exploiting vulnerable individuals and risking their lives in order to advance political goals. Therefore, Lithuania has filed a case against Belarus at the International Court of Justice regarding the organized smuggling of migrants into Lithuania. We call upon international organizations to engage with the Belarusian and Russian authorities, urging them to assume the full responsibility in complying with the international legal obligations related to migration from said countries. All states must ensure that universally accepted rules and principles of international humanitarian law are respected under all circumstances. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Uruguay, followed by Palestine.
Señora Presidenta, señoras y señores parlamentarios, distinguidos colegas, es un honor representar a Uruguay en esta 151 Asamblea Interparlamentaria en un momento que el mundo enfrenta desafíos humanitarios sin precedentes. Más de 120 conflictos armados activos, millones de personas desplazadas, y una crisis humanitaria global que exige respuestas urgentes y coordinadas. Nos reunimos aquí, en Ginebra, ciudad símbolo del multilateralismo y la defensa de los derechos humanos, para reflexionar y actuar sobre la necesidad de garantizar el respeto de las normas humanitarias y fortalecer la acción humanitaria en tiempos de crisis. ¿Y cuál es el reto de las normas humanitarias en este contexto actual? La crisis internacional destruye el derecho, las instituciones multilaterales y las personas que pretenden salvaguardarse. Los convenios de Ginebra, adoptados en 1949, constituyeron el pilar fundamental del derecho internacional humanitario. Fueron la respuesta colectiva de los Estados a los horrores de la guerra, de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, con el objetivo de proteger a las poblaciones más vulnerables y limitar las consecuencias de los conflictos armados. Hoy, ese derecho internacional humanitario está bajo los mismos escombros que se encuentran las víctimas civiles, niños, niñas, mujeres, que entre otras cosas se encuentran en los escombros de la ciudad de Gaza. Hoy ni siquiera el personal médico y humanitario se libra de los ataques. Las instalaciones de socorro son blanco de violencia y de los recortes en la financiación que ponen en riesgo la vida de millones de personas. Más de 122 millones de personas se encuentran desplazadas forzosamente y cerca de 310 millones necesitan asistencia humanitaria. La acción humanitaria, entendida como el conjunto de actividades destinadas a proteger y asistir a las poblaciones afectadas por la crisis, desastres o conflictos, se ve amenazada por la falta de recursos y debilitamiento del sistema multilateral. Es por esto que como parlamentarios venimos a reafirmar el compromiso con el derecho internacional humanitario. ¿Y qué podemos hacer para salvaguardar la acción humanitaria en tiempos de crisis? Para empezar, los parlamentos debemos asegurar que la financiación humanitaria sea preservada y protegida, incluso en contextos de austeridad y limitaciones económicas. También es nuestra responsabilidad traducir las normas internacionales en leyes y políticas nacionales, supervisar la acción gubernamental y exigir el cumplimiento de los compromisos humanitarios. También asignar recursos y promover la educación y la sensibilización. En tiempos de crisis, la diplomacia parlamentaria también debe ser un motor para la inclusión, la solidaridad y la cooperación. Y además, los parlamentos y los parlamentarios debemos cuestionar las narrativas que justifican la violencia y exigir la transparencia en la gestión de la ayuda humanitaria. Por esto, garantizar el respeto al derecho internacional humanitario requiere un enfoque multisectorial, con inversiones en desarrollo sostenible, consolidación de la paz, derechos humanos, salud, cambio climático, ciencia, tecnología, igualdad de género y empoderamiento de la juventud. Para ser más claros, debemos invertir más en paz y desarrollo y gastar menos en guerras y exterminios. También es fundamental que los parlamentos defiendan la integridad de los derechos internacionales humanitarios, asegurando las políticas nacionales y las decisiones gubernamentales. Además, las políticas humanitarias deben ser coherentes con los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y la protección de los derechos humanos. Es fundamental considerar el impacto del cambio climático, las epidemias, el avance tecnológico y también poder desarrollar un conjunto importante de intercambios de experiencias. Para ir terminando, permítanme compartir algunas propuestas para fortalecer nuestro compromiso. Primero que nada, reafirmar el compromiso parlamentario, proteger la acción humanitaria, preservar la financiación humanitaria, adoptar un enfoque inclusivo, fortalecer nuestra labor parlamentaria, promover la cooperación internacional e impulsar la educación y la sensibilización. La crisis humanitaria global exige una respuesta colectiva y decidida. Los parlamentos y los parlamentarios debemos ser garantes de la humanidad en tiempos de crisis, defendiendo los valores de inclusión, solidaridad y responsabilidad compartida, porque solo así podemos construir sociedades más justas, resilientes y solidarias. La historia nos enseñará que la indiferencia y la acción tienen consecuencias devastadoras, y hoy más que nunca debemos reafirmar nuestro compromiso con la defensa de la dignidad humana y el respeto de las normas humanitarias. La acción parlamentaria es clave para transformar los principios de realidad y concretar para garantizar que nadie quede atrás en tiempos de crisis. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is given to Palestine.
السيدة رئيسة الجلسة، السيدات والسادة رؤساء البرلمانات والوفود وأعضاء البرلمانات، بداية يطيب لي أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر إلى الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي على تنظيم أعمال الجمعية العامة، والتي تنعقد في مرحلة مفصلية تستدعي من المجتمع الدولي السعي الجاد لتبني سياسات أكثر وضوحاً لحماية حقوق الإنسان واحترام القانون الإنساني الدولي. بينما تواصل إسرائيل القوى القائمة بالاحتلال انتهاك المواثيق الدولية، يقع على برلمانات العالم واجب أخلاقي وقانوني بالتصدي للعنجهية الإسرائيلية والمطالبة بحقوق الشعب الفلسطيني المشروعة، وعلى رأسها حق العودة وتقرير المصير وإقامة الدولة المستقلة وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية. السيدات والسادة، في الوقت الذي رحبنا به بنتائج مؤتمر نيويورك وإعلان شرم الشيخ لوقف إطلاق النار، فإننا ندعو جميع البرلمانات إلى العمل الجاد لحماية حل الدولتين باعتباره الضامن لإنهاء الاحتلال وتحقيق السلام والأمن في المنطقة، وللامتثال للرأي الاستشاري لمحكمة العدل الدولية الصادر في يوليو 2024. ونشدد على أن إدخال المساعدات الإنسانية الفوري لقطاع غزة يجب ألا يخضع للمفاوضات، كونه يقع تحت مسؤولية القوى القائمة بالاحتلال، ويجب أن يتم دون قيد أو شرط. كما نؤكد أن القوى القائمة بالاحتلال تتحمل المسؤولية الكاملة عن الخسائر البشرية والدمار الهائل الذي أحدثته، وعليها أن تفي بالتزاماتها وفقاً للقانون الدولي، خاصة وأن تكلفة إعادة الإعمار تتجاوز 70 مليار دولار. إن إعلان وقف إطلاق النار لا يعني تجاهل حقيقة استمرار الاحتلال غير القانوني، ولا غض الطرف عن الأزمات السياسية والإنسانية والصحية المتفاقمة في قطاع غزة. ومن المؤسف أن يقف العالم صامتاً أمام مشاهد حرق الخيام وقتل اللاجئين أثناء نومهم، ومشاهد التعذيب التي يتعرض لها الأسرى الفلسطينيون في سجون الاحتلال، واستلام الصليب الأحمر جثامين شهداء ظهرت عليها بوضوح آثار التعذيب والتنكيل والإعدام وسرقة الأعضاء. السيدات والسادة، نشاهد على مرأى العالم حرب إبادة جماعية لا زالت قائمة، راح ضحيتها أكثر من 250 ألف فلسطيني، ما بين شهيد وجريح ومفقود، غالبيتهم من النساء والأطفال. دمرت البنية التحتية وسويت المنشآت المدنية بالأرض، وانهار النظامين الصحي والتعليمي بالكامل. وتواصل سلطات الاحتلال تنفيذ سياسات ممنهجة للتهجير القسري وتنفيذ مخطط يهدف إلى دفع الفلسطينيين خارج أرضهم، بعد أن أصبح قطاع غزة غير صالح للحياة، مكدساً بالمتفجرات غير المنفجرة وآلاف الجثث المدفونة تحت الأنقاض. نطالبكم بالتحرك الفوري في برلماناتكم الموقرة لتحقيق المحاسبة والمساءلة لمجرمي الحرب، بما يضمن أن يدفع الاحتلال ثمن جرائمه. كما ندعو إلى الضغط نحو دخول لجنة تقصي حقائق دولية إلى الأراضي الفلسطينية، حيث ما زالت سلطات الاحتلال تمنع دخولها، شأنها شأن العديد من المنظمات الدولية، بما في ذلك مكتب المفوض السامي لحقوق الإنسان. وفي هذا السياق نؤكد دعمنا وتقديرنا لجهود وكالة الغوث الدولية، الأنروا، واللجنة الدولية للصليب الأحمر في فلسطين، وندعو البرلمانات كافة إلى تعزيز مبادئ حقوق الإنسان والقانون الدولي الإنساني. السيدات والسادة، تعاني الضفة الغربية من انتهاكات يومية، وتتزايد الاقتحامات الإسرائيلية للمدن والقرى والمخيمات، ويواصل الاحتلال تمزيق الضفة بالحواجز والتوسع الاستيطاني ألم يأن الأوان لفرض تشريعات تجرم المستوطنين غير القانونيين وتمنع التعامل التجاري معهم؟ ألم يأن الأوان لوقف تسليح دولة ترتكب جرائم حرب ضد شعب أعزل منذ أكثر من 78 عاماً؟ إن عجز المجتمع الدولي عن تحقيق نتائج ملموسة على الأرض لا يعفي البرلمانات من مسؤولياتها الأخلاقية، فهي الممثل الحقيقي لإرادة الشعوب، وعليها واجب إعادة التوازن وإرساء قواعد تحترم القانون الدولي وتمنع الإبادة الجماعية والوقوف إلى جانب الاعتراف بدولة فلسطين. شكرا لكم على حسن الاستماع.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear participants, before we conclude, I would like to give the floor to Turkey, who would like to exercise the right of reply. Honorable our colleagues from Turkey, you have the 2 minutes from your seat.
Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. It is regrettable that some speakers continue to politicize this platform. The allegation of an invasion does not reflect the fact in Cyprus. The presence of Turkish forces on the island is based on the 1960 international treaties within the framework of Turkey's rights and obligations as a guarantor power. From 1963 to 1974, Turkish Cypriots faced a campaign of violence and ethnic cleansing by Greek Cypriot forces. They were forced to live in small enclaves under siege, confined to only 3% of the island. In 1974, when the Greek junta and its collaborators on the island staged a coup d'etat aiming to annex the island to Greece, Turkey was left with no choice but to act in full accordance with the Treaty of Guarantee. Since then, Turkey has been safeguarding preventing the repetition of those past tragedies. Let us recall that no one of the relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions describe Turkey's 1974 intervention as an invasion, nor the continued presence of Turkish troops as an occupation. Madam President, as a dual citizen of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, I was present during the presidential elections held on 19 October. Once again, the Turkish Cypriot people demonstrated their strong commitment to democracy despite the unjust isolation they continue to face. These elections reflected both the free and sovereign will of Turkish Cypriots and the vitality of their democratic culture, as well as strength of the democracy and state tradition of Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. We believe and hope the outcome will serve the peace, stability, and prosperity of the Turkish Cypriot people and the island as a whole. Guarantor Turkey will continue to stand by the Turkish Cypriot people, supporting their peace, welfare, and development in line with its historical, legal, and humanitarian responsibilities and the realities of the island. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, also Pakistan wants to reply. Pakistan, you have the 2 minutes from your seat.
Madam President, I'm taking the floor to respond to some baseless and misleading remarks made by an Afghan whose very credentials as a parliamentary delegation are dubious. as currently there is no parliament in that country. Pakistan has been a victim of cross-border terrorism, including from Fitna-e-Kharij in Afghanistan. More than 90,000 Pakistanis have been martyred, including women, children, and prayer sites. Unprovoked actions aimed at destabilizing the Pak-Afghan border belies the overall spirit of peaceful neighborhood and cooperative relations between the two brotherly countries. Pakistan, exercising its right of self-defense, not only effectively repulsed the recent assaults all along the border, but also inflicted heavy losses on Taliban forces and affiliated Khwarjis. In our targeted and precise response, all possible measures were taken to prevent any collateral damage and protect civilians. Pakistan greatly values dialogue and diplomacy and a mutually beneficial relationship with Afghanistan. Pakistan urges the Afghan Taliban authorities to honor their commitments on the international community and address Pakistan's legitimate security concerns by taking verifiable action against terrorist entities, including the TTP and BLA. Madam President, for 4 decades, Pakistan has hosted over 4 million Afghan refugees, consistently demonstrating generosity and compassion in managing one of the world's largest and most protracted refugee situations. Throughout this period, Pakistan ensured the access to education, healthcare, and livelihood opportunities. We continue to facilitate legal avenues for Afghans seeking to enter Pakistan after obtaining visas for education, business and trade, medical treatment, and family visits. I thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, thank you to all. And the general debate will resume at 2:30 p.m. Thank you.